Oop.
Oh, he
Oh,
said we're late. We're not late yet.
I
We'll
tell
be.
you, a couple,
We have
maybe
like
like a couple
another
seconds. We got,
37 seconds before we're late.
yeah, exactly. This is the kind of behavior that's going to keep them off the screen, you know?
Yeah, yeah. See, that's what you get.
God is
Hello.
watching.
If
He doesn't
everyone in
like it.
chat is wondering why you're not showing up on screen, you can blame Donald's angry. He ruined it for all of you. That's how it works. You have not. You have all been naughty. You've been on the naughty list, and you don't get to show up on screen today, I guess. I'm sorry, but it's out of our hands. It's up to the gods. It's up to the fates to decide. Where's the Nosferatu review? Next Sunday.
Yes.
Next Sunday. We originally were going to do the Northman last week, but
Travel
oh, look
plans.
at that. Chat's on screen. Chat's on screen.
Chat's
Oh
on
my goodness.
screen. Just not Donald. That's
Just
yeah.
not Donald.
The
That's
Lord is
what you
forgiving and
get.
works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. Yeah, Christmas family times got in the way of us streaming last week, so here we are with the Northman, and Nosferatu will be next week. So
Yes.
hold off on any thoughts until then. Yeah, we have you and I have both seen it already, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Northman. We are going to give it its due before moving on to the hot new thing.
Indeed, yes. And
I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas if you celebrated, and if you don't, either way, I hope you had a good time. I had a nice Christmas. Did you, Hugh? Did you have a good Christmas?
I had a great Christmas. Yeah, it was a
Oh yeah,
real fun time. Spent some of it in DC. We ate my family ate $1,000 dinner. It was quite delicious.
What kind?
Charcoal smoked Mediterranean fish mostly. It was pretty great.
Sounds pretty good. Not very Christmassy, but
Hey, you know what?
none of your family's Christmas traditions are Christmassy
We
at all.
watched In Bruges with my neighbors on Christmas.
That's like close, maybe.
It's a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we mentioned when we talked about Die Hard last time, Christmasness is a spectrum.
Yes.
In Bruges is very low on the spectrum of Christmasness, but I'll admit that it's on there. It's
Takes
on the
place at
spectrum.
Christmas time. It's about forgiveness and purgatory,
redemption,
and how
purgatory,
much of a shit country Belgium is. So
all the old buildings in that. Yeah.
Yeah, all the old buildings in that. Gay beers for gay friends and normal beers for normal friends.
Exactly.
Because we're normal.
Yes. Well, today we're here to talk about The Northman. Is it the best Viking movie?
Definitely my favorite Viking movie.
Have you seen any other Viking movies?
I've seen Vikings.
That's a show, right?
Yeah, it is. It is a show. Yeah.
Are you laughing because it's great or because it's not great?
It's like a solid 6,
Okay.
maybe a 5.5. I would say. Like I fell off after season 3. There's some plot points, and I think it's in the third one. I think it's in the third one where they're like, oh yeah, there's an Asian witch now, because maybe that happened in Scandinavia back then, and I'm like, okay.
I mean, maybe it did, but
maybe, but then she just her character arc gets cut very short, I think, because people on the internet were not happy. So, yeah.
What an odd choice.
Nosferatu takes place at Christmas time, technically, too. There's one line about how the Christmas tide is upon us. Doesn't that sound festive?
Yeah, not very festive at all. That's the one spoiler we'll talk about with Nosferatu. It's not very Christmassy.
That's got to be the only reason why they decided to release it at Christmas too. Is because of that.
Well, I mean, probably because I assume they released it around Christmas because they assumed it would do well, and this is a prime spot in the release calendar. I assume that had something to do with it.
Probably. I mean, they're definitely making an Oscar push.
Oh, for sure. Hello, all you fine people in the chat. Oh, I really can't wait for the Nosferatu one to come next week. What a tease. Listen, we got to give people time to see it, all right? It just came out 4 days ago. Everyone's been busy with holiday stuff. Not everyone's seen it yet. And we want to have a full discussion of the movie once people have had a chance to check it out. So we will do that next week. Cynical Leviathan says, wow, you just had to continue with the Eggers arc the same night Mubes and Metal are streaming Dark Souls 2. Yes, because they are our enemies. and we must fight them until our last breath. Yeah, yeah. They're I guess they're getting drunk playing Dark Souls 2. That sounds fun, I guess. If you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, if that sounds like a Sunday night, I
I've
wish
heard
I could partake in.
well, I've heard I've never played it, but I've heard very bad things about Dark Souls 2 specifically. So,
Oh, I don't really. I'm not a big Souls type game guy in general. I'm
yeah.
not really big on deliberate. Like, I get frustrated enough when the game isn't trying to frustrate me. So I'm not big on causing myself deliberate deliberate annoyance from not being able to because I'm
No, I
not
guess
good at it because I'm not good. That's really
that's
what it
fair.
boils down
It's a
to.
skill issue. That's what
It
it
is.
comes
I
down
mean, it's a
to.
big skill issue, and I don't like it.
I'm glad we're on the same page. So I suppose, people are rolling in. I suppose we could get started talking about the Northman.
Yeah, the Norfman.
Um, yeah, we'll start with overall thoughts. Hugh, what do you think of the Northman?
I like the Norfman a lot, Jamie. This, I rewatching these three, basically back to back to back. Um, it's a real tough call for between this one and the Lighthouse for me. I think the Lighthouse is probably like I can say objectively probably a better movie, but I like Vikings. I like Viking shit, and this is a really good Viking movie, and I love it. I really like it. Cool fucking movie.
It is pretty cool. I think it has a lot of cool points, a lot of big cool factor. I like but don't love this movie. I enjoyed watching it quite a bit, but it's not my favorite of these three. I think it might actually be my least favorite, but I still really like it. But there's just some things that prevent me from loving it. But it's it's really beautifully filmed. It's pretty stunning in a visual sense. It does a lot of things that I really admire about Robert Eggers's work, especially the attention to period detail and historical realism that is on full display here.
And
But
sometimes not, because there's a lot of it that's hidden by very low lighting setups.
yes,
Which is really funny watching the commentary track and listening to him talk about all the beautiful work that his set designer did, and then just being like, yeah, but you can't really see it because, we shot it in low light. So what can you do?
yes.
There are a lot of beautiful
Yeah,
murals carved into these pillars. Just, you can't really see them.
yeah.
Too bad.
You know, that strikes me as poor planning, to be perfectly honest with you. Like, if you're not going to see it, you could save a lot of money by not building it. I know you want it to be perfect, but if we're not going to see the ceiling, maybe you don't need to carve things into the ceiling. Like that, for example, there's a couple tapestries I remember like not being able to really see in the movie. I'm like, oh, that probably looks cool if you had a chance to look at it. I guess we don't have that. That's fine. Anyway, yes, the attention to period accuracy and detail I quite like. Very immersive. It really puts you in that time period and in that place, right? But the other thing that he's especially good at, and I think it really shines through in this movie, is immersing you in what it was like to actually be someone in the time. Not yourself in that time period, but one of the people who actually lived there. And namely, I'm referring to the belief in the supernatural and the
Yes.
belief in fate and spirits and all that sort of stuff. You're really immersed in what it's like to be those people who wholeheartedly believed in those things. Like this was their world. It was just as real for them as the grass and the rocks and the trees and all that sort of stuff. So when supernatural things happened, like sort of trippy, abstract, spiritual moments happen in the movie, they're presented very matter of factly, and I like that. It's very immersive
Most
in
of
that
the time.
regard as
Most
well.
of the time, I think they're presented very matter of factly.
Yeah,
There's a couple
there's
of
a couple.
times
Yeah,
where it gets
yeah,
a little bit like I feel like he's trying to hedge his bets, split the baby a little bit, and
yeah.
those are some of the parts that I think detract a little bit from it for me because I one of my favorite parts about this I really like mythological stories. I mean, the Iliad
Mhm.
is one of my favorite reads. I think especially there's a particular translation that keeps it in verse that I think is just like one of the most fascinating and entertaining and just cinematically beautiful pieces of literature to read, right? And this, in a lot of aspects, feels like doing that with the sagas, the Viking sagas. He
Hmm.
takes a lot of really, I mean, like one of the scenes where he grabs a spear that's been thrown at them out of the air, turns around, throws it back at the guy, and then hits him with it. I mean, that's straight out of one of the sagas, and it's really fucking fun and really
It's
cool, and
fun. It's cool.
it
Yeah.
gets into that, like it really gets you hyped up in there. I really love the fight with the Droger in the buried ship. I'm not as big of a fan of the
Wait,
way that fight ends, but
what's the Droger again?
the giant, the mountain lord,
Oh, the mound.
the zombie who can't go
There's
in the
a name
moonlight,
for what's this? It the mound dweller.
the mound dweller. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's a pretty cool fight. Yeah, there's a lot to admire about this movie, and we'll talk about some of the things that I don't quite like as much as well. I think the best way to start would just be to jump into the like we'll talk about the overall story because it's actually a really simple sort of archetypal mythological revenge story, right?
Yes.
Um, as some of you no doubt are already aware, this story is based on, in a broad sense, the myth that Hamlet is based on, and which is therefore the myth that The Lion King is also kind of based on. So
Yes.
there's there's a very broad similarity between all of those things. It's kind of funny to watch it thinking about The Lion King. It just makes me laugh a lot. But yes, so our main character, his name is Amleth, and he is the son of Ethan Hawke's character. I'm gonna struggle so hard with these names, but I'm gonna do my best. Who is the king, and his wife is Nicole Kidman. Ethan Hawke, the king's brother, who has a cool name, Fjolnir the Brotherless, decides to kill the king and take the queen, and he tries to kill Amleth in the process, but Amleth escapes, and Amleth vows revenge. And we fast forward to many years later. He's all grown up, and he's a brutal, vicious Viking warrior, hellhound guy, and
Berserker.
berserker, yes. And so he's
Fighting
living that
naked with the
life.
bros.
Yeah, raping and pillaging and doing all that fun stuff as you do, hanging out with the boys. And then he is reminded by Bjork, of all people, that he made a vow of vengeance and
Well,
that he
look, the
needs to
movie takes
fulfill it.
place in Iceland. Bjork was gonna worm her way in there somehow. You know?
Yes. And so Bjork reminds him, hey, you know, you made a promise to seek vengeance. You probably ought to go do that. And so then he goes and he finds his way back to Fjolnir, and eventually, after tormenting him and causing him all sorts of chaos and pain and suffering, he challenges him to a duel, and then they both die. That's the general arc of the story. It's a sort of tragic revenge epic, I guess you could call it. It's really I really admire how fundamentally simple the story is.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn well executed, and I think it's got a really compelling, simple archetypal structure to it that's very easy to follow because there's a lot of things about this movie that kind of put you at arm's length. You know, I mean, it's not the most accessible movie you'll ever watch unless you're already really into Vikings and know quite a bit about Norse mythology. It doesn't really hold your hand, right?
Yeah, it kind of just throws you in the deep end,
Yes.
and lets you. And that's another thing that I very much admire about it. But I understand why it could be detracting for people who aren't as into it as I am.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of little things that you get to little things that aren't even in the even with like this sort of new golden age, I would say, of like Viking era historiography and history that we're
Yeah.
living through right now. There's a lot of stuff that you don't get to see as much
Sure.
in other versions or depictions of that than that you do get to see here. For example, teeth grooves play a very minor role at one point, but it looks really fucking cool when you actually get to see them. There's not as many tattoos in this as you'll find in other depictions of Viking era stuff, and there's good reason for not including that, which we'll get into when we get a little bit further on. But there's a lot of you get to see a lot of stuff that like the deep cuts, not just the highlights of Viking kind of
Yeah.
history and stories and everything like that. That Robert Eggers, his attention to detail really just like pays off with that. If you're big into it, like I am. But if you're not, yeah, it can be a little bit jarring and maybe sort of like I've seen a lot of comments online about people asking why the Valkyrie in the movie has braces. Yeah, which is like fair. They look similar, but that's just one of those deep cuts that you get to see. Not as many exposition dumps for any of the
There's
info.
a couple little ones that stand out to me as like, ooh, that was maybe a little clunkier than it needed to be. But for the most part, it just sort of throws you in the deep end and expects you to pay attention and follow along, which is good in many respects, as Donald's Angry has just pointed out, that
Yeah,
it's not like babying you into this world. It just kind of throws you in. You have to find your own footing. There's a couple things. Someone mentioned that there are weaker characters than in his other movies. I'll admit, I think for the most part, these characters are thin at the beginning, and then they get more depth as
yeah,
they go on.
they broaden for sure.
By the end, I'm pretty invested in him, Amleth specifically, and Anya Taylor-Joy's character, whose name is Olga
Of the Birch Forest.
of the Birch Forest. Yes, I'm like pretty invested in them by the end, and I feel like you have a better grasp on who Nicole Kidman's character is and who Fjolnir is as well. But at the beginning, it's you don't have much to go on yet. I think the sort of the pro drama of him as a kid, like that whole section is a little, it doesn't quite grip the same way because you don't know who these people are or why you should care exactly yet. It's
Yeah,
not bad. It's just kind of basic at first. You're like, oh, he is son, his dad is king, his mom is queen. Oh no, brother kill dad. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's you don't know a lot about who they are as individuals yet, which I suppose makes some kind of sense in terms of the storytelling, because later as we go on, there will be some developments and revelations about who these people were, who his mom and dad really were.
yeah,
And
and
so
who
in
they
a
were
sense,
to each other, who they
yeah,
are.
you could say perhaps that what we see in the beginning is just kind of what he remembers, and so it's kind of basic, you know, not surface level, but it's just it doesn't have all the idiosyncrasies and complications
Oh,
that
yeah, yeah. It's more of a childlike view, right? It's a
yeah.
naive view of what his world was like, and then he has to, after after being out there training to become the ultimate badass, he has to reconcile that the world was a lot more complicated, or his own world and memories were a lot more complicated than he
Yes.
realized, and he has to sort of reckon with that as he moves forward.
I think it's the beginning is a little emotionally distant, or it's like thin. There's not quite a lot to grab onto there in terms of character development until later in the movie. And it takes a while before we really get a good sense of what Amleth is like. Obviously, like there's little things like when his dad, Ethan Hawke, comes home from battle, he's very happy to see him and all that sort of stuff. Like there's little
Yeah,
tiny things, but it kind of takes a while to get fully invested. And I don't have that same problem with The Witch and The Lighthouse, for
yeah, that's
example.
true. That's true. I can, I can,
Uh,
I can, I can understand that for sure.
Doctrine for $20. Thank you very much. Says Merry Christmas, belated, and Happy New Year. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year
Yes.
to you and yours as well. Thank you so much for the super chat.
I want to really briefly get on a soapbox and say that I think we should go back to the old way of celebrating Christmas where you sort of fast in the lead up to Christmas and then you celebrate for 12 whole days. That sounds like more fun.
Sounds pretty fucking sick to me. I
We
like.
should go back to doing that. We should celebrate the 12 days of Christmas. Yeah, you just kind of you have a sort of somber, reflective, fasting sort of lead up to Christmas, and then boom, Christmas, 12 whole days of just total partying. And
Winter Muslims. Let's do it.
that sounds fun to me because
No, that sounds
the way
fucking
we
great. I mean, do you
the
know
way we
how
do it
turnt out of
current
my head I'm gonna get on Glühwein when we're when we start this shit back up?
yeah. Well, Stephen Lynn says Catholics and Orthodox do that. Orthodox definitely do. Catholics, not all of them do that.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
I was
Maybe
definitely
in some countries, not in America. I don't see that very often. Um,
uh,
yeah,
d-
obviously it's still Christmas season, but it's not celebrated like that anymore, at least in America. And I think we should go back because that sounds fun. Because the other thing is like once Christmas happens, the way it typically goes, it's like, oh, all right, now that's done. Now what? Now we just
now we
in a
just sit
weird
around,
limbo into New
we sit
Year's.
around, we go back to work for a couple days, we get New Year's off, and then we make our resolutions. Nobody keeps them.
Yes.
And then we wait until next year.
Yeah. Yeah, we got the fasting part. I think we should bring back fasting. That's what I think. Anyway, that's okay. And I'm getting off my soapbox now.
And
I
it's
just
like
think
honestly, with the fact like it wouldn't be that difficult. It's winter, just do dawn to
and
dusk, and you're eating dinner by 5 p.m. You're fucking fine.
true. That's actually not. That's not so bad. Uh,
Kaizatron. Again,
Kaisertron, thank
also,
you.
yes, thank you very much for the super
I
chat. I remember watching this movie while studying talking Viking mythology in college. Felt like Leo in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I
Yeah,
agree. Just
yeah. If you're into this world and you know at least some of the basics about it, it is really fun to like. Oh, there's that thing. There's that thing. You know, and I think it does a good job for people who aren't already interested in Vikings, but maybe it could be a little better in terms of um gripping them,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
But maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe it can be. Well, I think part of the problem with this movie is that it did not perform super well, and I think it's because it's not. Oh, what's the word I used earlier? It doesn't like
Doesn't hold your
it
hand.
doesn't.
Is that
Yeah, I said it earlier, but I already forgot it. It's it's what am I trying to say? It's not super accessible
yes, yeah,
to certain audiences, and I think the problem with that is how expensive the movie was, and I think that is reflected in its box office performance. I think unfortunately not a ton of people saw this movie, and I think that's a shame because it's quite good. It's just it takes a little bit to get into.
yeah,
It's kind of like it's not quite on that same level maybe, but it's a bit like, if you're not really familiar with Shakespeare and then you go see Shakespeare performed, it takes you like 15, 20 minutes to even understand what they're talking about,
yeah.
you know? It's a little bit like that.
Yeah, yeah. And he does write sort of in a Shakespearean way, not like entirely,
Yeah.
but I think his family was involved in some way in Shakespearean scholarship. So like he clearly has a pretty good grasp of how to lend the dialogue a particularly heightened I want to say like Renaissance idea of what medieval talking would sound like, which I really appreciate that when I'm watching this. But for lack of a better word, like you send a bunch of normies into this theater trying to recoup box office gains here.
Yeah.
They're going to be a little flat-footed. You're going to catch
It's a
them off
little
guard.
dense. It's a little dense, for that sort of audience. I mean, it is at its core very simple, brutal, violent. It has a lot of cool points. It has a lot of cool factor to it, but it's still kind of not super easy to engage with for some people. And I think they spent a lot of money on it for that to be the case.
Yeah, that's true.
But speaking of the dialogue, I'll give you a quick example by jumping in to the opening sort of what would you say, like sort of proclamation. So this story
It's like
isn't
the
really.
invocation. It
Yes,
reminds me
that's
a
the
lot of the
word.
invocation of the Muses
Exactly.
at the beginning of the Iliad and the Aeneid and all that.
The story isn't exactly narrated, but there is a sort of opening invocation, and this is voiced by a character called the He Witch, who will
Yes,
appear later in the movie. It's not Willem Dafoe; it's the other guy that has Willem Dafoe's head.
yes,
But it begins, "Hear me, Odin, all father of the gods. Summon the shadows of ages past, when the thread-spinning Norns ruled the fates of men. Hear of a prince's vengeance quenched at the fiery gates of hell. Hell with one L. A prince destined for Valhall. Hear me." And then there's a cacophony of loud noises, as many of his movies tend to have. I was thinking about that when I was watching this movie as well. It's like, man, his movies are loud.
yes.
People are
They are
always
noisy.
yelling. People are always screaming. There's sirens and music caterwauling away. Anyway, Yeah, so
that's
that's the
another thing that I
opening.
really like about this movie too. By the way, sorry, like the music that they use, the score,
Hmm.
the like the sort of like animal horn sounding kinds
Yes.
of instruments that they play.
Yeah,
It
there's some things that
it
definitely
is
sound like
really
ram's
good.
horns. There's some, I don't know if they're hurdy-gurdies, but they kind of sound like hurdy-gurdies.
That
I'm
sounds
not
like a
quite.
Viking word to me. So I'm
I couldn't tell you if that was exactly the instrument, but it's similar if you've ever heard a hurdy-gurdy. They were very common in the medieval period. Do you know what a hurdy-gurdy is, Hugh? Besides having a
Ye-
good name, a cool name?
yes, I am pretty sure I know what it
It's
is.
kind of set up a bit like a violin or, that sort of
Yes.
thing, but there's like a wheel that turns and strikes the strings instead of a bow,
Yeah,
and you crank it.
there
Yeah.
is there is a lot that sounds very much like that,
Yeah.
how that would be throughout the score. Very
Oh,
immersive,
it's
I
great.
would say.
I quite like the score. It's maybe the one criticism I might make of the score is that there aren't many musical themes or ideas that really linger with you, or I didn't find that. I liked the overall sound palette of the movie, you could say. I found it very immersive in the time period, but I wasn't like humming anything from the score afterwards.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I was
Well, yeah,
there's that one little like whenever he has the flashbacks or like the he like I think it's when he's on the boat and he gets his head hit and so he's like seeing his own fate play out, you know,
right.
and it's giving you the little glimpses of everything he's going to do, and it's kind of going like do 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 like that up, a little
That sounds a little bit like the Dies Irae, which is funny.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay,
really
fair enough.
that
I
one
didn't
really
really have
kind of
that
stuck with me.
experience with the score. Maybe other people did. It might just be me. Um, yes, so that's how the movie opens. The movie opens with this invocation, and it's interesting that it's kind of told in the past tense like that. I quite like that choice, and also that it's told by a character that we'll see later. That's kind of fun. Though you might not know it if you're watching the movie because it's been so long before we see
Yeah.
that character again,
Although
you
he
might
is one
forget.
of those characters whose voice sounds like his face looks. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Oh, I really like this character. He's pretty funny. Yes, so the movie open after that, the movie basically opens with Ethan Hawke's King. I'm going to try to pronounce his name. It's King Orvandil,
Horvandil,
Orvandil,
yeah, Horvandil.
Orvandil, the War Raven. It's a simpler way of saying
And it
it.
starts out like this is like one of the first examples of like the cinematography looking just like the unique style that Blasky and Eggers have, where it follows the bird flying for a little bit and then snaps around to where
Yeah.
the ships are headed. I like it, that. I love the choices that they make to do things like that.
Yeah, I'm quite a big fan of the way this movie is shot. I don't love how dim and dark the whole thing is, but
Yeah, that can.
the more this goes on, the more it's clear to me that is exactly what Robert Eggers is always going to do for everything,
Yes,
for
he
better or for
talks a
worse.
lot about that in the commentary track that he was like, yeah, well, we wanted to sort of have this world be kind of we want one of the problems that he ran into on set, and it's kind of funny when he was talking about it when they get to Iceland, every day they were in Iceland was sunny and bright,
Yeah.
and he was very
Hmm.
disappointed by that because he deliberately chose a particular season in Iceland so that he would get nothing but gloom
Yeah.
and glumness. It's like, those are some of my favorite scenes in the movie, like color wise, when
Yeah.
actually like the sun comes out and you can actually kind of see everything happening. So
There's a lot of green too. Obviously, there's no trees in Iceland, but there's tons of like green grass. And actually, those little pops of color really help the movie because otherwise, it's either firelight or the sort of blue gray overcast coldness,
yes,
essentially, for the whole movie. So when they have those moments of sunlight and little pops of color, I'm actually like, oh, this is nice. But then to find out that he would have liked to avoid that, I'm like, oh, all right, that's fine. This is clearly your style. This is what you like. I it looks good here.
yes,
But I don't think it would fit every story. And there are even some scenes in this that I'm like, I don't know, that looks awfully desaturated for what it would
Yeah.
probably look like. Someone mentioned this earlier. I can't remember who said it, but they were talking about some of the other movies he wants to make next have been put out there. Like he wants to make a medieval movie about a knight. And I'm like, I would love to see a story about a medieval knight. That sounds cool,
Yeah.
especially with someone who cares about sort of period historical accuracy and all that sort of fun stuff. However, if every movie just looks this sort of desaturated and gloomy, I'm like, I don't know if I want that for everything, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I would like there to be a little bit of splash, especially depending on where he's going, right? Because like I get thematically with this that like we don't. You could maybe make the argument, right, that like we don't know. Vikings didn't write anything, so the only stuff that we have of them coming out of the sort of fog of war of history mostly comes from either very like late period writings from Iceland in like I want to say the 1200s maybe, which
Isn't
is
it like Irish monks in Iceland who wrote a lot of that stuff down? I
I there
I thought I remembered
the
hearing that,
first
but maybe not.
encounters we have really with Vikings in history. Well, I mean, like if you go further back, you get Germans and Celts that sort of sound like Vikings from the Romans, but like the Viking era stuff is like British and Irish monks writing about attacks on monasteries happening from Northmen, people from Norway and Scandinavia and that kind of thing. So in that instance, yes, Irish monks in Iceland writing about that stuff. I don't know if that's.
I thought I
That
remembered
one doesn't
reading
sound
it.
because there's I think his name is Sniggy something or other. He's a very famous Icelandic bard. You could call him, who
Yeah,
decided finally that like, hey, maybe we should be writing down these stories that we tell, about
yeah,
our history and all that. And that's most of the sagas I think come from him, or from versions that were written down eventually by him.
yeah.
Um, so, and the ones who Kaisatron in the chat, if you have further information on that, please feel free to jump in, chime in on that. But a lot of like you could make the argument basically that because they come from this like sort of dark, murky northern part of Europe that doesn't have a lot of clarity, historical light being shown on it, maybe you could say it works for that. But I would like to see more, especially if you're going to put all this
Oh,
effort into building the
are you
sets.
are you saying that
Snorri.
the sort of murky fogginess is part of that? I
He,
don't know.
I
I don't
think
know.
he mentioned something about that in the commentary track that he wants
Yeah,
to
but
try
that's
to
just
keep
how
it that way.
that's how he shoots everything.
Yeah, that no, you're right.
I,
It's
I
just
I will say that having seen Nosferatu is that this is just how he shoots everything except for the lighthouse because the lighthouse is in black and white, so you have to up the contrast ratio a bit
yeah,
because otherwise it just doesn't work. So like I think this is just his visual style. He seems to like it for everything. Um
yeah,
and I just think I don't know, it gets to be a little one note. It's
can
still good. Like I think the Northman looks pretty darn good. There's just a couple, scenes. I'm just like, I don't know if I would love it. I don't know if I like the way that was shot exactly, but it's mostly in the lighting. Everything's very sort of muted and desaturated and low contrast. I mean, but sometimes it makes sense. He goes for a lot of sort of what you might call like period appropriate lighting. So when they're inside, everything just appears to be firelight or that's the way it looks
yeah,
anyway, you know. And that's cool, and that gives the right impression. If the lighting was too stylized, it might take you out of the place, right?
yeah.
And I can understand that, but uh, it's just everything's so muted.
Yeah, but even
Anyway,
the daytime is very,
yeah, even the daytime stuff.
lacks a lot of color. It
Yeah,
keeps it
I
very
will.
gray and
I'm
blue.
gonna struggle to not talk about Nosferatu, but I do think this looks better than Nosferatu.
Yeah, I would
I'm
agree with
gonna
that too.
I'm
Yeah, yeah.
gonna throw that out there. Anyway, moving on.
Well, and
So,
like I noticed, so like he's clear. This one also, the moonlight scenes, the nighttime scenes, right? He shot those with the orthochromatic film and the lens, like he did for the lighthouse, but with color lighting, so that he wanted to be able to um basically, like, because of how that film works, you need to blast it with a lot of light, like in the lighthouse, to make sure that things, get full detail.
Sure.
Um, so that way you can shoot, at different times of the day, and you can shoot your night scenes at daytime, basically, and still have it look kind of, mystic and moonlit. And everybody kind of has this like blue gray tone on their skin,
Yeah.
and I like that. I think that's a
Yeah.
really interesting
I like the nighttime
approach.
stuff as well. That's
Um,
when yeah, like the muted sort of low contrast look makes sense because it's all moonlight, and so you don't have much in terms of but like daytime scenes have that sort of washed out look to them a little bit as well.
yep.
Like the big the raid scene that happens, and that's clearly sometime in the early morning, and it's overcast, but it's just so gray.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Even the blood is just like black sludge. There's no pop of red even in that stuff. Anyway, enough of the visual stuff. Let's get into the story. So, movie basically opens with Ethan Hawke's the War Raven returning home from war, and he greets his son Amleth and his wife, the Queen, played by Nicole Kidman, whose name I'm going to keep forgetting. Queen, how do you pronounce that? Hugh, Gudrun?
Uh,
Gudrun? Gudrun? I
Gudrun,
don't.
Gudrun.
Sure, the Queen. And he greets them, but there's a brief little scene when Amleth is running through I guess I don't know what you call it, a castle, whatever. He's running through and he finds the queen, and he kind of walks in to tell her that the king has returned, but she's like in the middle of dressing, and she scolds him for that. That will be
Yes, that will become important later. That is
yes,
in the
it will.
business we call this foreshadowing.
Yes. And so Ethan Hawke returns home, and there's quite a few of these very long, unbroken takes where the camera just kind of floats here and turns this corner and keeps going and going. So when Ethan Hawke returns, he's riding in on his horse, and people are greeting him as his sort of war party is returning home. And there's this great shot where we're at sort of horse level, and we're following Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hawke leaves the frame, and then the camera sort of drifts down back to like normal human height, and we see that he's bringing a whole bunch of slaves in chains with him. That's a nice little bit of, I don't know if foreshadowing's the right word, but like that's going to be very important to the story. Their practices of you know like raiding places and capturing slaves and what they do with them and all that sort of stuff. Queen Botox. Yeah, so that's maybe a thing worth addressing. Nicole Kidman is a very, very good actress, and she's very good in this role, except for the fact that she doesn't look like she belongs in this time period.
Well, I mean,
She
Anya Taylor-Joy doesn't exactly look like she belongs in this time
No,
period
but
either,
it's more jarring with Nicole Kidman because of
because of the plastic surgery. Yeah.
the plastic surgery. Yeah. It's forgivable as far as I'm concerned because she's so good in the scenes that happen later, for sure. That I'm
Yes.
like, all right, I will allow it, but I don't know if this is the strongest choice in terms of immersion in the time period. I am far from the only person
Yeah.
who's made
No,
that
I'm
criticism. It's
sure
a
that
very common one.
I'm sure that there's like one of the reasons, right, was because the studio wanted somebody, like, they wanted prestigious people. We got Ethan Hawke and we've got Nicole Kidman. Um,
Sure.
and you get those prestigious actors in there. They're both experiencing, I would say, like, pinnacles of acclaim in their careers at the moment, right? Like, you're pushing a little bit here for, that crowd, trying to get, use that as a box office draw, right? Like, look at all these
Sure.
really, really good, famous people that we got.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got Willem
Yeah.
Dafoe in here too. He's gonna play a very
He's
minor
great.
role, but he's great in the stuff that he does.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Look, we got Bjork. Everybody loves Bjork, right?
She's really good in this. I quite
I
like
actually
how
love
they
her.
use her.
I
Yeah.
really think she does a great job as the Norn, the Norn of fate.
Yes. So Ethan Hawke returns, and he's greeted by, his, you know, members of his kingdom and his family and all that sort of stuff. And we get some dialogue. Like there's an interesting moment where he returns home and he says to Amleth, he says, "You are too old now to be greeted like a child." And so he sort of bows and sort of kisses his ring and says, "My lord," or whatever he says, "Hail, Lord King." And then he says,
Yes.
"But a father never grows too old for a good smothering." And he sort of picks him up, says, smothering him.
I
It's a nice
loved
little
it's a
moment.
nice moment. I love that moment actually. It kind of that's also going to become important later on
Mhm.
when Nicole Kidman begins to try to use those memories against Amleth.
Yes.
That's one of those ones that kind of you got to kind of stick with and hold on to a little bit
Yeah.
to see who the real villain of the picture is.
Yes.
One of the other things that I really like about that scene is how when he enters, everybody's sitting there or standing there holding up their arm rings. Like it in unison. They've got them all like lined up. They're gripping them and everything. And in the director's commentary, one of the things that he mentions is like, yeah, you see that a lot. Nobody's really sure why they do that or what that's for.
Yeah.
But we figured we would put it in because
Probably important.
it's probably important. It looks like some of the tapestries that we do have, so we'll keep it. And just another little example of him, picking details and just kind of being like, yeah, you know what? I think like I guess probably it's an honorific sort of thing,
Well,
ceremonial in
that's
some
a
way.
really interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. I didn't think about that because I didn't really notice it. But I like that attitude. It's like, oh, in a lot of depictions of Vikings and tapestries and whatever art we have, they do that. I don't know why they're doing that, but we'll just throw it in there anyway because it's probably important. Rather
Yeah.
than like, I don't know why they're doing that, so I'm not going to include it. You
Yes.
know,
Exactly.
Someone asked if one of us is in a tattoo parlor. I think, yeah, Hugh. I think that was
Yeah.
that on your end.
Yeah. That was my butt plug
Someone,
going off. So
someone.
somebody, I've got, there it goes again. Oh, geez.
Oh, please don't do that. Save it for your own
Yeah,
special
no,
time.
look, I've got chess on in the background, and I need to know my opponent's moves, or else I'm not gonna win. It's just
Okay, so I've heard the headline about that. What is the deal with that? And what's
there
the
was
brief version of the butt plug
somebody
chest cheating
beat
scandal?
like the number one overall player, and the theory is that I think I don't know if it was true. I don't know if it ever
This is
actually.
Magnus Carlsen, right?
Yeah, they beat Magnus Carlsen, and they had apparently had some vibrating anal beads up their ass that would buzz him when like a certain number of times to let him know
Communicate.
where to, like, he had a code like 3 buzzes means knight to e5 or something like that.
Oh boy. I hope that's true because it's funny.
It's really funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you would how you would make pull that off really, but yeah, that was
I
the
don't
joke.
know.
And you know
I'm
what?
no chess expert, so
There it goes again.
so after he greets his wife and his son, he there's a brief
Oh, anal Morse
bit.
code. Thank you, Mordaka. That's what it was. It was buzzing in Morse code.
um there's a brief little thing that is interesting where I think it's the queen asks, "Will your brother not grace us with his presence?" And he says, "Think not on Fjolnir. He'll soon be with us." It reminds me very much of Scar not being there for
Yeah.
the christening or whatever they call it. Um, so and when they're all sitting down, he has this thing that he hands to Amleth, and he says, "This was worn round a prince's neck when I found it, but it was destined for this prince. Wear it always with my love." And it's like some sort of necklace
It
that
is
he
an
stole off
Arab
of him.
coin on a chain, which
Ooh,
is, yeah, very,
interesting.
yeah. So one of the most important records that we have of the Vikings comes from I'm can't not going to remember his name, Ibn something that begins with an F, I think. But he witnessed some Eastern Vikings in or near the Byzantine Empire. And a lot of the traditions and a lot of the rituals that we're going to see later in the movie actually come right out of that, including the funeral for Fjolnir's son later on in the movie that comes straight out of his notes, and so that Arab coin is meant to be like a little nod to him and to
That's
his
interesting
stories.
because there's also mention later of Constantinople when they're all the slaves they have, they're kind of dividing up where they're going to send them.
Yes.
And someone mentions Constantinople, and as someone who's not really an expert on the Vikings, I was like, wait, did they actually spread that far?
There's actually a very famous story of a Viking raid on the suburbs of Constantinople. They
Interesting.
fucked
That's
up. They
crazy.
fucked up the suburbs of Constantinople. Got in, got out, took a bunch of slaves, and fucked off up up the sea, up the river, and nobody ever got caught. Not that I'm like they never caught them, but I think they tried again, or a different group of them tried at one point, and that's when the Byzantines kind of busted out, the Greek fire, and were like, "Eh, fuck you, get out of here." They kind of set the rivers on fire and stopped them from being able to come
Interesting.
back down. But yeah, they did make it down there. I think they actually traded several times with them, and they appealed at one point to. I think the Byzantine emperor appealed at one point to the emperor of the Franks, trying to figure out how to get a pack of Swedes who were apparently lost, over on that side of the world home, and to figure out where they came from. And the emperor of the Franks wanted it figured out, did a little digging, figured out who they were, and was like, yeah, I'm not gonna have anything, not gonna have anything to do with this shit. Good luck.
So,
That Arab
eventually,
was Antonio Ben.
when Fjolnir he finally arrives, and he what's his name? The God, I'm struggling with these names. Ethan Hawke's character is Orvandil.
Orvandil.
Orvandil. Okay, Orvandil says the brute has arrived, and Fjolnir says, "Hail, Lord King." And I've already forgotten it. Ethan Hawke says, "Furnish this fierce-hearted slayer of men with some drink that I might drink to him." And then, importantly, this is very important. Nicole Kidman gets up and says, "Accept my cup, kinsman." And he says, "Milady," and then he starts to drink from it. And then Willem Dafoe shows up.
Oh,
He's laughing,
he's got
and he
his little
says,
jester's costume on. Again,
"Yeah,
you can't see it because he's all backlit, and it's a little. It just like open it a little more, man. Like open
yeah."
the stop a
Let me
little bit
see
more,
a
please.
little
Let me
bit more,
see the
please.
costume. You
Yeah.
put all this effort into making a period accurate jester costume and dressing Willem Dafoe in it, and the only way I can tell it's even him is because of his voice. Like that's
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell by the voice and his just general spirit.
yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that's Willem Dafoe. What he's a mad lad. So he chimes in, he says, "Look how the queen's cup grows wet for more men than her king."
Interesting.
And then he says, I think it's him that continues. He says, "What metal might buy a fragrant sip? Sweet silver or hard iron?"
And he
And
pulls a
doesn't he
fake
pull his dick out?
phallus. Yeah, he pulls a fake phallus out, like it's strapped to his.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't because of the way it's lit. I would not have been surprised if that was just his penis.
no, that
Oh,
can't be his penis. That's too small. We've
all right. Yes, we've discussed this,
we've
haven't we?
discussed this. Willem Dafoe has a confusingly large cock.
I love the word confusingly for that. Anyway,
Like
so
I like
obviously,
to imagine that like the entire cast of that Lars von Trier movie looking on in like Lovecraftian horror as Willem Dafoe's penis comes out of his pants. One of them goes completely insane, starts
yeah.
babbling, and
Uh, so So, yes, he comes in. He's the classic jester character. I guess one assumes that there's reason to believe that Vikings had such a role in their kingdoms as well. That I wasn't quite sure about that, but do you know if that's
I
true?
am not that. I have no idea. The
But anyway,
only
it's the sort of classic vision of the king's jester who chimes in saying absurd, lewd, scandalous things, and then you have the character of Fjolnir who is not pleased with this. He's very angered by this, and he chastises him. He says, "Silence, dog! By Freyr you slander your lord and mistress." And then, of
Yeah,
course,
that's all interesting too because the movie does set up a conflict between these two particular gods of the Norse pantheon. Odin, worshipped by Ethan Hawke's character. I can't even remember his name. And
Arandil, something like that.
yeah, Hrondil,
The War Raven.
the
We'll call
War
him the War
Raven.
Raven.
Yeah, the War worshipped Odin, worshipped by the War Raven. Ravens, the symbol of Odin. Yeah, they feed him secret
Yes.
knowledge and all that. And Freyr, the god of erections. Yes. Yep. You'll see the carvings later on in Iceland of Mjolnir
Oh yeah,
worshiping his carving of the god, who has a gigantic erect phallus. That is, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, the god of
This is
erections.
really just like a dudes being dudes kind of movie.
Yeah, man.
Yes. So
It really it serves to inject a good amount of humor to the movie as well, like where
yeah.
the fart. A lot of it serves the same purpose as the fart jokes in the lighthouse.
Yeah, it's not nearly as funny, I will say,
No,
but
it is
there
not.
is I would say there's enough levity that you don't find yourself laughing at the movie instead of with it. Which can happen when a movie takes itself too seriously. I would not say that about this movie. I think there's just enough little bits of humor. I quite like the he witch that we when he's with
Yes.
later. There's a couple jokes he makes that are actually kind of funny. And then even Olga has some kind of funny, sassy things to say. Anyway,
There are a couple funny visual cues that end up being maybe not quite like a little mix of funny and terrifying, I would say.
sure. Yeah.
Um,
Like when
when
he growls at the dog to get him to stop
he
barking.
growls at the dog to get him to stop barking. When at the
Yeah.
funeral he comes out and waves the rally towel over his head, and his cock is out in front of everybody. We just get to see
Yeah.
his cheeks, like
Yeah.
yeah, it's funny. It's a funny
There's
reveal.
there's some amusing stuff for sure, and that helps. But I wanted to mention specifically. So we have the jester character played by Willem Dafoe, who comes out and he says, "Ah, see the lady, her cup. What is it exactly?
Uh,
Her
her
cup
cup.
grows wet for more men than her king." And
Yes.
then who is very offended by that? Fjolnir. Keep that in
Yes.
mind. And who assumes it's a joke? That would be the War
The War
Raven
Raven.
and Hawk. And so it's a really interesting dichotomy that like and I really like this depiction of what a jester does,
Yeah, this is
because
probably one of the best depictions of a medieval jester in general media, I
that
would
I've
say.
seen, I would say, yeah, there might be better ones that I haven't seen, but this
Yes.
is just incredible because it's great because Ethan Hawke comes in, he's like, "Oh, 'tis but a jest, a jest." And it's like, "Ooh, but it isn't actually." We'll find out later that it's not really a jest at all.
Not only is he a jester, but we will find out in a short while that he is the keeper of essentially of some form of secret ritual knowledge, right? This like
Yeah.
ancient
Well,
um
he's called Hymir the Fool. So
yes,
he's what's his name in The Lion King?
Rafiki.
Rafiki, a little bit. Yeah. He's a fool, but also sort of something of a he witch himself,
Yes.
if you will. I'm something of a
A
he witch
priest in
myself.
a way too. Like he's
Yeah.
got like he's the one who keeps the ritual of Odin. The manhood trial of tripping balls on on shroom mead. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting depiction, and it's I like it a lot. It serves
Hmm.
it kind of serves a real like a real purpose of like a window into what that role would have how that role would have been played in a
Yeah.
medieval society.
And I think it's really interesting the sort of mix between like saying something just absurd for the sake of humor, but like there's actually a kernel of truth in it in this case because he sees what the War Raven King does not see. And of course,
Yes.
The fact that Fjolnir takes it so personally is obviously a sign of his guilt. In that if Ethan Hawke was perhaps more observant, he might have seen something there. Really interesting because you're right, because
Yes.
of course, but he has to say that sort of stuff in the guise of like making dick jokes and goofing off, or because if he doesn't make it funny, that's a very scandalous thing to say, and they'd probably kill him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he only gets to say those things because he's this like cool, like outsider, silly, goofy, nonsense person. you know.
Yes. Proof that comedians have served an important function in our societies since the
Yes.
since the beginning.
Yep. For real though, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we have that scene, and then eventually Fjolnir's anger is sort of it fizzles out, and then they
When they
make a
bring his
toast.
son out,
Yes.
yes,
Yeah, and then they make a toast to the king and the kingdom and all that stuff. They all yell skull.
skull baby.
Yep. And then later that evening, Ethan Hawke and Nicole Kidman are together, and Ethan Hawke, the War Raven King, says, "The enemy had a taste of my liver," which is a really interesting way of saying that, obviously. And then he shows that he's been wounded in his stomach. And she asks if he's hurt. He says, "Almost enough for Amleth to be marked my successor." And then, so then there's a conversation about whether essentially Amleth is too young to succeed
Yes,
him as the king. And because Ethan Hawke says he must be awoken to what awaits him, she says he is a puppy. And he says he's the same age as my grandfather when he took the throne. She says that was different. He had
he
to
had to
kill
kill
his
his uncle
uncle
first.
first.
In the
Yeah.
business, we call this foreshadowing.
Yeah. Yeah. And then she just sort of distracts him by saying, "You have not seen your queen in a season. Come, let me take you to bed." And he's like, "Nope. Nuh-uh."
No, thou shalt not throw the pussy at me.
Pray my luck spirits see me to many warfields after I defeat this wound. I refuse to die in sickness, nor live the long life of a shameful graybeard. I must die by the sword. I will die in honor. So, speaking of dialogue, I like going through the dialogue in these movies because it's rewarding to do so, unlike a lot of movies these days.
Yes.
And I find that there's a sort of poetry to the way he writes dialogue. It's maybe not quite as striking as some of the stuff. Like no there's no monologues in this that rival the Lighthouse ones, in my opinion. But those might feel a bit out of place in a movie like this. Like our main character actually doesn't say a whole lot. Amleth doesn't
Yeah.
speak for large sections of the movie. When he does, it's important, and I like the dialogue they give him. But there's a less dialogue in this than some of the other ones, but it's still quite good. I think there's a sort of poetic quality to it that I quite like. Like you said, in terms of like the fog of historical accounts of these people. Obviously, they're speaking English for most of the movie. There's some scenes where they switch it
Yeah.
up. I'm not
I
actually
do
sure
like
what
that
language.
he's kept he's kept that consistent for a lot of his well, for the only two movies of his that don't take place in an English speaking area.
Yeah,
I appreciate that he just basically goes in for one language essentially.
yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure Anya Taylor-Joy's character is speaking Slavic in her scenes.
She is Ukrainian or Russian, one of those two, right?
The character, the land of the Rus, that would have been modern day Ukraine, I think, is what.
Okay. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I was. I think so. Here's a question for you, Hugh, because Trayvon Washington has said, well, a lot of it is ruined because Ethan Hawke is terrible. Someone else earlier mentioned that Ethan Hawke is surprisingly good in this. How do you feel about his performance?
this is one of the only times. Now, normally I would agree. I'm not a huge fan of Ethan Hawke. I don't know why. There's just something about him that I like. I just, I can't get into it. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in this one, I actually quite like him. I think
Mhm.
he does have some line delivery that is a little. Uh, it doesn't feel like he's quite buying into it at some points, but then again, other actors have that as well. Throughout, just
Yeah.
because I don't think he cast the guys who could. I don't think he cast the people who could read the lines at or deliver them in that sort of Shakespearean tone. I think he cast the ones who are prestigious and who might have had a chance at
Yeah.
making some more box office returns.
I don't think Ethan Hawke is the perfect casting for this movie. I think he's okay. I think his voice is a little try hard to me.
Yeah,
Is like uber deep voice is feels kind of forced. But
there are there's certain ones where I can really feel that he is into it, right? Like when he said the line about a father never grows too old for a good smothering. That one comes across very naturally.
yeah, that's very genuine.
The
Yeah.
one where he says, furnish this man with drink so that I may drink to him." That one doesn't quite flow the same way. It feels, but that all the dialogue in that particular scene feels performative, and I think that's mostly because they're doing it in front of everybody. So
Yeah, you can make
yeah,
that argument for
yeah,
sure. I
it,
don't love it, but I think it's okay. I wouldn't call him
yeah.
terrible
I
in
don't
this.
think he's awful
I think
in
the
this
movie
one, but I
is
agree with you. He's
benefit.
ruined many other movies for me, Travion. Like I was nervous going into it. I was like, is Ethan Hawke gonna make this like difficult for the first 20 minutes? I didn't find
Not
it.
too bad.
No.
I think the movie is well served by the fact that he dies and doesn't come back. I don't mean to be too rude to him, but like, he's one of the weaker links. How weak he is, kind of depends on how, whether it works for you. I think he's fine. But once he's gone, then we kind of settle into just about everyone being pretty solid. But there are moments scattered throughout the movie where I'm like, oh, that's the take we went with,
Yeah.
and it usually comes from like minor characters. It's just like,
Yes.
oh, that
Yeah.
that wasn't a very good line reading at all. Like there's a big exposition lore dump that happens when they're dividing up the slaves, and this is when he'll decide to pretend to be a slave in order to find his way to Iceland. There's the guy who tells him all that important information. I hate the way he says
Oh,
his
I
line.
I actually kind of like that goofy guy.
No, it felt so out of
After
place
his
to me.
brother took his kingdom,
No,
he fled
I
to that backwater after Harold Finehair took his kingdom, killed his brother for nothing. Ha ha ha.
yeah, and the way he's like doing other things, it's so fake. It feels so fake
Yeah,
to me.
I kind of, I don't know that
Uh,
one. I was like, yeah.
there's some moments like that that make you go, ooh, that's maybe not. I don't know if that's great, but for the most part, I think the acting is pretty solid. Let's talk briefly about the actors. I think Alexander Skarsgård is incredible in this.
Yes, this is my favorite
Actually,
one of his movies, probably, and I've seen him in quite a few. This is definitely my favorite of his. I think he really like bought into this role
sure, yeah.
110%.
Yeah, he's great. He's really, really good. The physicality is there, but so is just his general on-screen presence throughout the movie, even when he's not saying anything. And then there's like big moments later where he has his like "I'm here to kill you"
Yeah.
like lines where like he really leans into it,
Oh
and
man,
I'm like,
one of my favorite
oh,
lines is when he
yeah.
brands himself with the slave brand, and then he tells it is just like, "I will repay, I'll repay the warmth you gave me when I meet your master." It's like that's fucking awesome. It's
Yeah,
another line too that's like it's really interesting because like he mentions this in the commentaries, and I noticed it when I was kind of doing my own personal deep dive into them. If you read the Eddas and the sagas, there are so many lines that basically feel like straight out of a 1980s action movie in those stories.
yeah,
Like, like
yeah.
somebody will split. I think the one that he specifically calls out, somebody will split an enemy's head open with an axe and go, "That's what I call a headache." Like it's like it's really
They're
goofy.
dudes being dudes. They're having fun with
Yeah,
it. You know what I mean? The most dudes being dudes scene in the whole movie is when they all sort of like crawl around on the ground and bark like wolves before the raid.
yeah,
It's like,
dude. Oh
hell
my
yeah, dog.
god, I fucking love that. I love that scene. Now, that's an interesting one too. We're gonna get to that
We'll get to it.
chronologically. Yeah, because
We'll
I
get
really
to
want
it.
to talk about that.
Yes. So, Ethan Hawke is like, no, you can't seduce me, woman. I need to rest up so I can survive this wound, so I can die properly on the battlefield. Um, And she says, "You will die in battle, my lord. The gates of Valhalla await you. I know it." Which is a sneaky little lie. She's a weaselly little liar.
Foreshadowing.
Or um, I like the way. So this must be done deliberately because obviously, as a lay person, I thought it was called Valhalla, but they always call it Valhall or Valhall.
It's both. It can be both.
Both.
Yeah,
Okay. It's just an interesting choice.
yeah,
Something about that. Okay, knowing not a whole lot about the real history, something about that choice just makes it feel more real. You know,
yeah,
you know what I mean. You hear it, you're like, oh, that must be how they actually said it. You know, interesting.
yeah.
So now it is time for the initiation ritual of Amleth. Um, it's quite an it's quite an interesting scene. It's weird. Its placement in the movie comes so soon that it's a little there's something a little off-putting about it. I like
It's a
it.
little Ari Aster, you know, like
Yeah,
it
yes, exactly. It feels a little Ari Aster and a little less Robert Eggers, and
yeah.
I don't like that. It's fun in a sort of like whoa psychedelic sort of sense, or like it and
Well,
well
and it is like based on some theories, because like of course we don't really know, but there are theories that like a
and like
lot of these,
secret initiation rituals weren't like
yeah,
written down. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
because they're secret. You know, yeah,
Yeah, that's it's a rite of passage, and it's a carefully guarded mystery passed down traditionally. So like you have to kind of imagine how it actually went. Now, obviously, there's some things that there's good reason to assume they probably did, like all the dog wolf imagery, very deliberate and kind of pervasive throughout the movie. So like that the ritual involves like barking and growling like a dog, like it feels very believable.
yes. Yeah, and
So
the tripping balls is something that yeah heavily theorized that Vikings took part in, at least in instances like this.
yeah, like
Um,
ceremonial initiation
yeah,
rites and other
yeah,
religious ceremonies. Yeah, not casually, not like not the way people do today, but yes, like that seems very much believable to me as well. So
he
now it is
takes his
time for the
son into like a cave beneath Odin,
and
and
he's
one of the really nice things about that hall that they come into is that they've got all the minor gods as like wooden totems around
yes,
the hearth, and then
hmm
Odin, the All Father, right? They've got a big stone tablet with him carved into it, chiseled
yeah,
in a design. Now, originally, apparently, they were going to go with a wooden totem for that as well, but he decided that the stone lording over the rest of it. His production designer apparently wasn't too happy about that. He was like, "It's not going to match. It's like people are going to think it's weird." But thematically, I think it works really well to have this large stone representing the
the
king of the
main
gods, the
guy.
main guy
Yeah,
that they worship. Yeah,
yeah, it's something a bit more sturdy and solid and permanent about it, you know.
yeah,
So he says what you might expect. He says, "This is the same path I walked with my father, and he with his. Now it is our path to walk." So that we're slowly the cameras in these long unbroken shots that he uses a lot in this movie. There's like moving their way. They're sort of into this sort of dark enclosed inner chamber. He tells them to be not afraid, do as I do, and then they start crawling around on the ground and barking and growling like dogs, as they do. Then Hymir the fool says, "Who barks? Is it the wolves of the High One, or is it the barking of the village dogs? Hearken to me, you two-legged dogs. Drink the vision mead of knowledge to learn what it is to live and die in honor."
I love Willem Dafoe's delivery of this whole
Oh,
like
he's a
he's
legend. He's
fucking
incredible.
killing it.
Yeah. To be in battle slain and in death rewarded by Val it's not Valkyrie, but it's like that. Valkyrjur's embrace? I don't know if that's I'm sure I'm not saying that right. The warrior maidens will carry you to the shimmering gates of Valhalla. You are dogs that wish to become men. Prove you are not a dog. And so then then Ethan Hawke burps, I guess to prove that he's not a dog. He says, "Not only are you a man, you dine like a king." This is, of course, after they've been lapping up this vision mead from bowls on the ground. And so he proves that he's not a dog by burping. And he says, "You dine like a king." And then he turns to Amleth and he says, "And you, little cub, what are you?" And he farts. Like, this feels like a holdup or like a deleted scene from The Lighthouse to me. It's funny. I don't know. How do you feel about it? It's
I love it. I think I think it's fun.
yeah,
It's adding the levity in this like moment that is supposed to be intensely serious and spiritual. They're kind of getting into this like baseness of like the general basic functions of a human
sure.
body, or what prove
Yeah.
that you are a human in this context. What does he say when he
Mhm.
farts? He says, "I smell a clever pupil."
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, it's fun. I like it. I'm with it.
And then as they sort of they're starting to trip out a little bit, and we're seeing the visuals are getting a little trippier, a little more abstract. We're seeing weird overlays of different things, and like the camera like moving away from one person and ending up like upside down on the other, and all sorts of we're tripping out, right? Um, Willem Dafoe's character says, "At every passage, one should turn his eye round, one should spy round, for a foe might be crouched upon the floor. Wise in measure should each man be, yet wise enough to be the fool." And then Amleth echoes, "Wise enough to be the fool." He said, "Tell me, how did Odin lose his eye? To learn the secret magic of women. Never seek the secrets of women, but heed them always."
And
That's,
yeah, another good important line.
yes, very important for later. Um, is it is women that know the mysteries of men, the Norns that spin and weave at their well of fate. Live in honor, safeguard your familial blood. Safeguard your familiar blood. They're repeating him. Know you what that means, Amleth, son of Orvandil? Should I fall by the enemy's sword, you must avenge me or forever live in shame, is what Ethan Hawke says. And so he promises that he will. That if he is killed by an enemy, that he will avenge him. Obviously, in the biz, that's also what we call foreshadowing, a bit more obvious.
Yeah,
My,
there's been a lot of it right here, right? Like,
yeah,
heed
my
the
blade will
magic of
not rest.
women, never seek
Yeah,
it, never seek the secrets of women, but heed them always, you know.
yes. And then he promises, "My blade will not rest till it's drunk the blood from his open neck." He says, "Now live always without fear, for your fate is set and you cannot escape it." And then he swears. Interesting thing there that he says you cannot escape your fate, because I don't know if I love that line, only because the movie has interesting ideas about fate. Later on in the movie, it's quite clear that his attitude toward fate is like he has the choice not to follow it, but that he ought to follow it, right?
Yeah, I think the thing that I like about it is that it kind of plays into the idea that, like, we know magic isn't real, but they don't. And so, like,
Yeah,
he believes that this is true. And I think that this is giving him sort of like, this is sort of setting you up for like the societal um influence that's at work on Amleth here.
yeah,
Like, it's setting you up to be like, well, he's being indoctrinated in this way, and it's not a particular, like, it's funny, but it is kind of like, when you're watching it and you realize it's like you've taken your like 12-year-old son and given him an insane amount of mushrooms, and now you're like kind of basically ritualistically binding him to a blood oath and everything like that. I mean, it's a little bit fucking crazy when you think
yeah,
about it, but it is the kind of thing that, a Viking would do and would believe. And
yeah.
so
Well,
I like that it plays with that later on, where like he has the idea that he can change it, and then like his overall indoctrination kind of like comes back, and it is sort of the reason why he chooses to, go and live out the story.
it's
Um,
almost, but here's the only thing that I'm hung up on. He says you cannot escape your fate, and then the rest of the movie is him like deciding whether he ought to follow what the fates have laid out for him or not. It doesn't feel as much like predestination so much as like the will of the fates and the supernatural world commands that I do this. I have the choice not to, but I ought to, or else it would be worse if I didn't. You know what I mean? That's sort of the attitude he seems to have. Like, for example, later he gets the sword and he's so caught up in the thirst for revenge that he almost tries to kill Fjolnir right there. But then he's like, "Oh, what a fool I almost was," because the fates have ordained that I'll kill him at the
at the
lake of
gates of
fire.
hell, yeah.
Yeah, at the lake of fire. So until that happens, I'll lie in wait, but there's things I can do to like torment him in the meantime. So it's almost like oh man, I almost fucked everything up by trying to kill him now. I have to listen to what the fates say. Less than like it's set in stone and you can't escape it. You know what I mean?
Um, I don't know. I think it does pretty well at balancing between the two. Because like he does. He does sort of like at those times when he wants to try to go against it. Whenever things kind of go wrong, he basically figures, Oh, well, not like obviously it wasn't fated to happen here. It has
Yeah,
to continue. The Norns of fate are weaving the story. That, and I think that it does a pretty good job of going along with that. And especially towards the like he's towards the end. When he's sailing away, with Olga, and he realizes that she's pregnant, which we can talk about how he realizes that she's pregnant when we get
it's
to
really
that, because
cool.
it's a very interesting thing.
Yeah,
But I like um, when he gets there and realizes that, he goes, "Oh my god! Like obviously I can't run away. Like this is like obviously that I was a fool." He says the same thing. I was a fool. What a fool I was. To
yeah.
think I could have changed it, because he now like he believes that he has to, because technically he could, but that would be, he tells
Yeah,
you
his
sort of where.
reasons are really interesting.
Yeah,
We'll get to those when we come to that choice.
yeah,
I guess yeah, it seemed to be more interesting than you can escape your predetermined destiny. It seemed to be a bit more like this is the will of the fates, and like he's like, well, I better follow it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. So that always seemed to be like he does have a bit of a choice in his worldview. So that when Willem Dafoe says you can't escape your fate, I was just like, I don't. Hmm, I don't know.
I read
Maybe
that
there's
more as
not a
like a
conflict there.
warning, more of a warning of like, you can try, but you can't. You're not going to be able to break the thread.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And then so he's crying. Everything's very intense for him here, obviously. And he says, and he wipes a tear off his cheek, and he says, "This is the last tear you will shed in weakness. It will be given back when you most need it. Now behold, as a man." And then we then Ethan Hawke takes off the bandage around his waist where he has been wounded, and he gets Amleth to touch the wound itself. And by touching the wound, we like go into his chest where we see the great tree or whatever. What do they call it?
The Tree of Kings.
That's the one. And so we see his like ancestors and history all tied together through this great tree, and then we see his place in the tree. That image will become very important later as well. But I quite like the way he touches the wound in order to like have that access, because
Yeah,
that will
the
be important
blood.
later as
The
well.
it lends some idea to the fact, or to the lends some credence to the idea that the blood of the kings has, I don't know, some sort of like special property, like the way that a medieval would believe in that way, that like
Yeah.
those who rule have some sort of blue, the blue-blooded aristocracy that sets them apart from the
Yeah,
rest.
well, yeah, maybe there's some of that, but there's also like, okay, he gets the vision that Olga is pregnant by kissing the wound on her neck, and
Yes.
then also he gets the vision of his great place in. Well, obviously he's drunk the vision mead, so
Yeah.
he's out of his mind. But then also like by touching the wound, it's almost like by
Well, he says in that scene that my blood flows in you now, right? He said
yeah.
because she's pregnant, that's why he sees it. Is like
Yeah,
the idea.
but like symbolically, it's also like by touching and like
Yeah.
having direct contact with like mortality and death and sort of stuff like that. You know what I mean? In someone that you love, it's like facing death itself in some sense,
Yeah.
and that's like
Uh,
how he enters into the vision. It's
yeah.
kind of cool.
And from Mordako, who asks, so someone fucked a werewolf because there's a werewolf in the family tree. Yeah, there is a werewolf hanging out in the back there. And I think in the commentary track, he explains that berserkers, the raider types, believed literally that they were becoming like, wolves or bears and
Hmm.
shedding their skin. They believed that they were essentially werebears or werewolves. So that's the idea, is that there's a berserker in the family line back
Yeah.
there, whose real self is a wolf in all ways but physical. He was a wolf.
Exactly. So, thus concludes the initiation ritual vision, and we transition directly without any real warning into the scene of Ethan Hawke being murdered by his brother. They're just outside now, and then an arrow hits him, and it's like, run! And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I guess okay.
I kind of like how they break the because it's a very peaceful moment when they walk outside and it's light out and
Yes.
there's snow and he's kind of like he goes to taste the snowflakes and then an arrow flies right past him and hits his dad in the chest. It's
Hmm.
I like it.
So, okay, interesting thing about this scene, probably one of my bigger criticisms of the early part of the movie, is that they come in, they shoot a couple arrows into his dad.
And then they
We
let
will
him just like run away. Yeah.
Then they let him just sort of run away. He knows he's going. It will be revealed later that it was always the plan to kill him as well. That it
Yes.
was the plan to kill little Amleth as well, and they just let him kind of run away for no good reason here.
Yeah,
It's just
this is
for
my biggest gripe with the movie. Is that like for like they would have just run him over with the horse and killed
yeah,
him.
they would
Like
have just killed him instantly. They didn't even try. They just kind of let him go. And it's all down to poor blocking and poor staging, really. Because if they shoot, the first arrow hits and he runs instantly before they get any closer, then like maybe there's time for him to like hide
yeah.
before, like, but it's just the way the scene is laid out. They just don't kill him for no good reason. Because okay, then
Then
what happened?
he hides behind a rock and he watches
Mhm.
as Fjolnir comes in and gives his Scar speech. And then
Yes.
we have a really probably the only scene the best scene of Ethan Hawke I've ever seen in my in my life.
Yeah.
When he has his monologue and tells Fjolnir what for.
Hmm.
And then there's some really nice lighting where like the sun sort of shines directly on him and he has this really noble air to him. Amleth watches Fjolnir chop his dad's head off, so he dies in battle, gets what he wants. Um,
Hmm.
and then Fjolnir says, "Bring me the boy," and he's just like maybe 20 feet away, like hiding behind a rock, and he
Yeah.
takes off into the woods. Um, he's pursued by a couple of people, and he hides in a fallen tree, comes to sneak out. Somebody jumps on top of him, and he slices his nose off, which is great. Love it.
Hmm.
And he gets away, but then he goes back to town, and somebody earlier, I think it was Donald, mentioned the kid escaping in a bright red cloak really kind of bugs me. Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
He's literally like, people are dying, they're murdering everybody, they're throwing a
They're
whole,
murdering. I don't know if it's everybody, but it's a lot of
yeah.
people. It's
There's a coup.
there's a coup, and like the children of the previous ruler being killed, the concubines and the slaves and whatever else, and any loyalists you could say,
Yeah.
they're all being killed. Not literally everyone, but because obviously the queen is being taken away, and there's some people that they let live,
Yeah,
but
yeah. There's a bunch of people bowing out in the street, and
yeah,
they've just
and he
thrown a
gets
few maids off of the balcony. No big
he
deal,
gets
as you do.
he gets away in a way that he really shouldn't.
Yeah.
And let's continue this thread because it almost gets worse. Um, because he puts on this bright red cloak. Why does it have to be bright red? It's just distracting. It's a visual, like, oh, who is that in the red cloak? You know what I mean? Because especially because the person who was wearing it was killed,
Yeah.
so it's not like a great disguise in that sense. You know what I mean? And so he puts it on, and then he kind of gets away, even though he shouldn't. He gets into a boat and he rides away. Later, the guy who got his nose cut off says, even is lying when he says that Amleth was killed by the waves, like the
He
waves
fell
threw.
into the sea, sank like a stone. And I went back and checked it back out. That sank like a stone is the very first line of improv that has ever made it into one of Robert Eggers' movies. That's
So
it. That's the
yeah.
line.
Well, here's the thing about setting aside the improvness, because he hates improv.
Yeah,
He's a big
he hates
planner.
improv. He does not do well with improv.
He likes to plan things. Okay, but So the only reason that they don't know that he's still alive, let alone that he escaped so improbably, is that this guy is just making up because he's embarrassed.
Yeah.
It's like, man, that's really convenient.
Well, I mean, that makes sense to
I mean, it
me.
makes a certain amount of sense, but it's just like, man, he's so freaking lucky in every stage of this. Like putting all those things on top of each other is
Yeah.
absurd. It might be the worst part of the
And
movie.
this is the part where, like, because it's obviously what you would have to say, and I think yeah, Travion said it in the chat. the
Don't you
fates
dare.
the fates like the fates saved him, right? Like that's
Fuck
like,
off with that bullshit.
yeah, no,
No, I
I don't
hate
like that either. I'm not I don't like when you can just be like, well, like there's something pulling the strings, a higher power pulling the strings, that, like that excuses this incredibly lucky coincidence that he manages to get away because of all these like mistakes, right, being
Mistakes
made.
and stupid decisions,
Yeah,
yeah.
mistakes and stupid decisions, and like I don't mind the guy being embarrassed to say that a kid got away with him, because he, like, the kid got away from him.
The kid
um
escaped all of them.
yeah, the kid is,
I mean,
yeah.
he got his nose cut off shirt. Like, I get it, but it's just on top of everything else. He's just very lucky that that guy's pride was such that he wouldn't admit it. Maybe he feared for his life. Maybe we can give him
I
that
would
much
I would
credit.
say he probably did. I mean, you look at what's happening around there, like
Fair
Fjolnir.
enough. Okay. Well, we'll excuse that bit. It's adding to the convenience. So the worst part is right away when they first arrive. They should have just grabbed him instantly. Instead, he has the whole final showdown with Ethan Hawke while the kid who he knows he's going to kill has had time to run away, or maybe he's still waiting right
He's still
there. They
waiting
don't
there.
even
He's
know.
still waiting there
I
while it
know he is,
happens. Yeah.
but they don't know that right away because they don't
Yeah.
care. They don't care to look. And so, okay, but so that's the worst part. But then adding all the other things on top of it just makes it worse. So
Yeah.
the
So
probably the
real
stupidest
quick,
part of the movie,
real quick,
probably
I
the
want to just
stupidest
say,
part.
to Quantum Ranger Power, who like asked, because I was complaining about the idea, or that saying that I don't like it when, the higher power in the movie kind of excuses the poor, like, basically poor blocking, or like the incredible coincidence that leads to a character's benefit. It's mostly the concept in general, and I think you would probably agree with that. Like, I don't like
Yeah,
that this sort of lazy writing can be excused by saying, like, well, I mean, like, that's just what God wanted to happen. Basically, that's just what the
he
fates
looked
wanted. That's what
he looked into the
Palpatine.
future.
That's what Palpatine wanted all along. So that's why. Yeah.
He looked into the future and saw there was only one possibility. So all the convenient bullshit that has to happen makes sense
Yeah.
because there was only only one way it could work. So that's the way it does work. Like, okay, or like, clearly God was on his side. So like it just sort of excuses sloppy writing because it makes no sense that they just ignore him to go right for the king. They have like what, like 7 or 8 people? They
They
have
got
quite a
yeah, they
few
got a whole
people.
crowd. They got a whole bunch of
And the
people,
kid
and they're
doesn't
there to they're there to murder. Like, they're wearing these weird dog masks and animal masks to hide their faces. Like, they're there to kill people.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it will be revealed later that they're explicitly there to kill Amleth as well. It's not like, oh, maybe we should also kill him because he's here.
Yeah.
No, they're here to kill him, and they just let him go. And like, what the fates made them stupid, like it's just that sort of. I don't know if anyone's actually making that argument seriously, but I feel like that's the best you could say, and even that's not very good.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
some,
there
yeah,
are. Yeah,
exactly.
that's exactly it. True. He could have gotten away so many other ways.
Yes. Yeah, this is just, it's bad blocking and bad staging, really. It's anyway, so that allows him to escape. But rewinding a bit to when they have that showdown between the evil brother and Fjolnir and Ethan Hawke's character. So I like this dialogue is great. Fjolnir says, "You behold your brother's gaze in amazement. I knew well you would. Pity you never paid a bastard's eyes heed before." Ooh, that's good. I like
Yes.
that line a lot. It says, "Now behold how swiftly your brother swings his sword." So I like that line a lot. Why do I like it so much? Because it's like, you like you look at this, like you're looking at me right now and you're shocked, and it's like, but if you were paying any fucking attention to me, you wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this is evidence of how little mind you've paid me that you don't see this coming because you're stupid and you're blind and you're a fool kind of thing. Nick the Greek, thank you very much for the super chat. Says Happy New Year. Love this movie. Gets my man juices flowing. No homo. Seriously, no homo. Okay, you can.
Double
It's just
negative. Double
it's
negative.
just it's just us boys. All right, you can admit that there's a little homo. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're not here to judge. Also, when's the Nosferatu stream? That will be next
Next
Sunday.
Sunday.
Next Sunday. So, um, continuing with the dialogue now, Ethan Hawke, the War Raven responds. He says, "Strike, brother, strike, but know that bearing a stolen ring makes no half-breed a king." That's another great line. "Soaked in my blood, it will soon be sliding off your arm like a serpent. Your kingdom will not last.
Love
Let
it.
this misdeed haunt your living nights till a flaming vengeance gorges on your death." And then he tells him to strike and he yells out to Valhall as he's struck by the sword several times, the last one cutting off his head. And then everyone goes, "La, the king is dead, the king is dead."
La 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 la.
Exactly. Um,
Long live
I,
King Fjolnir.
I like that line a lot because also that comes true. This movie's full of just like everything that's like fated or like if someone places a curse on you, like because
Yeah.
basically the whole story really starts with this betrayal, right? And this like horrible crime of a brother killing a brother kind of like twists the whole world until eventually like things kind of come back together in the end. But like everything that is like the curse that he puts on the curse that he puts on him right before he dies comes true. We find out not too long later really that um the kingdom that he usurps by killing Ethan Hawke is lost almost instantly when someone else takes it from him, which is a great detail. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that so much that it's like, oh, you like this, that way of like power and betrayal only begets more of that, like, you can't stay on that throne forever kind of thing. That's good.
Exactly.
I like that.
Uh,
And I love the imagery of the like soaked in my blood, it will soon be sliding off your arm like a serpent, the ring that is.
yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's
Uh,
great imagery.
a lot of yeah, a lot of his dialogue always tends to do that, right? Like he is really good at that poetic that sort of poetic imagery and medieval poetic imagery in particular. He's got a lot of that going there. For Topaz Dude, who's says, I agree God wanted it to happen as math, but I feel people today are far more than ever are harsh towards convenient things happening. It does happen in real life. I get what you're saying. It doesn't.
Well, convenient things happen. This is absurd, and it requires
Yeah.
the characters to do things that are explicitly against what they're there to do and be retarded about it. And that's lame, and it's
Yeah, it's
unbelievable.
just kind of
So,
a lame way of getting out of the situation, right? Like,
obviously convenient things happen. Conveniences happen, and like the more they're tied to the sort of like inciting incident, the less they tend to bother people. Like a convenient resolution is way worse than a convenient inciting incident, right? That like obviously conveniences happen, but I don't think this is really an unfounded criticism. I think the way this happens is bullshit, and it's poorly written. I don't know, like it makes no sense the way this happens.
it seems to exist just so that he can watch his father die, and I think that's
Yes.
probably for the audience's sake too, so that we're not like you don't have a bunch of people trying to outsmart the movie, being like maybe he isn't dead, maybe we never saw his body, we never saw
Well,
like
but couldn't you show this scene once Amlet's gone?
You could.
Amlet's gone?
I think that he wanted to. He also probably wanted to give it like Amleth that
Yeah, the
intensely
emotional.
personal,
Sure.
emotional thing, right? Of
Yeah, yeah.
watching his father die.
Yeah,
Um,
he didn't earn those things.
yeah. No,
That,
I
that
agree.
that's my big criticism. It's like I get why you're doing it. I get why you did it this way, but like they just ride right past him and just kind of let him walk away. They don't
Yeah.
even look at him. It's so strange. Anyway, so now the king is dead and his brother has usurped the throne. And then he says, "Go get the boy." And obviously that doesn't work. We've talked about that already.
Yep.
Um,
And then he escapes,
uh,
and like the bright red cloak too is like I just want to come back to it briefly. It's not a
sure.
good choice. It could have been any other color. I don't know why he picked the bright red one. Because like the only thing you see in that scene, really, there's one person walking away down like the only street in the town, and he is about Amleth's height and wrapped in a very bright red cloak.
Yeah.
It's like,
Who's that?
oh wow,
Where are
who's
they
that?
going?
Who's that leaving? Who's that running away?
Yeah.
Like nothing. Nah, well, of
Or
course he's a
Dak.
little bit. They're all a little busy. They're a little distracted, sure, but
Well,
yeah,
they're
like
distracted with. They're not distracted. They're busy doing what should lead them to kill him. You
yeah.
know what I mean? They're not distracted doing something else.
Well, they're celebrating. They're celebrating watching people watching their king and queen fuck in the street. And that can be distracting when that happens.
I suppose. Suppose it's true. He crack open a beer to that. So Mordaka says, so was the brother literally admitting he was a bastard and that's why people don't like him? Yeah, there's definitely some resentment towards the king over the fact that he's treated as like the rightful heir or whatever, because we don't really specify it, but it's clear he's only like half related to the bloodline of this kingdom. You know what I mean? We don't get any more specific about it, but there's definitely some resentment there.
Yeah.
Whether, exactly, we don't get all the details there, but it's very much Scar and Mufasa in The Lion King as well.
Yeah. I like those comments. Amleth, everybody's chasing him. It's like, Amleth would never wear a red cloak like that. That's retarded. No need to check. Let him go.
Yeah.
He never wears red, you dumbass.
He does wear red, though.
I know.
So the boy is dead in the sea, sank like a stone, all that sort of stuff. And then as he's riding away, so the important thing, we talked about it already, but as people are being killed left and right, Fjolnir is carrying Nicole Kidman over his shoulder, and she's crying and screaming and yelling and hitting him and all that sort of stuff. Everyone's just sort of laughing.
Well, she's making some noises.
Well, okay, here's the thing. She will say later that she was laughing here. It doesn't sound like it.
I would say you can kind of pick that up. Yeah. On a rewatch, okay. I would say you pick that up pretty.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Maybe it just didn't sound like that to me, but it sounded more like screaming when I watched it this time. I'll listen to it again. So, yes, she's being carried away. He obviously interprets that as like, oh no, they're stealing my mom. And so as he's riding away alone in a rowboat, he says over and over, I will avenge you, father. I will save you, mother. I will kill you, Fjolnir. Yep. And that's his little
Arya Stark moment.
Yes. And that is the end of the first act, I guess you could call it. The prologue, whatever you want to call it. Next, we see Amleth is now a grown-up boy. And I like this shot a lot.
Yeah, this is the opening shot of part 2 in the Land of the Roos, where we see, and yes. This is another little clever bit of filming. They only had one ship, so they had it. They basically edited it so that it goes through, one goes through, and then another one comes back through on the other side, but it makes it look like 2 have gone by, and
that's fun.
They have the dolly track that goes down as so one of them goes by.
Let's back up. So the shot in question, for those who haven't seen the movie in a while, is a shot where we're looking through some trees. There's a little opening in the trees, and we can see a river going by, and so the camera is static on the banks of the river. We see the longship pass by from behind one of the trees to behind the other, and he was mentioning that they actually only had one ship, so the next one that comes by is actually the same one, and they just did some clever editing. But then the camera that you think is static, because it's been static for like a solid 30 seconds here, starts moving out across towards the ship, and it actually goes out over the water, like turns, lands on the boat, and now actually moves forward on the boat itself. It's a really cool camera move. It's very
like with the guy so you see like all of them sitting in their proper seats and rowing, and the camera comes through the middle of the boat and then gets like right up on Amleth's face, and the guy who was sitting in front of him essentially had to like dive out of the way, and get it, because the camera
once
moves
he's off
straight
frame
into
to
his
make
seat. Yeah, as soon as he's off frame, he has to get out of the way.
It's a very cool camera move.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun. It's pretty hip. It's the kind
And
of
then
like,
it kind of
ooh,
turns around, so we get to see a couple of Russian fish or Slavic fishermen on a boat,
hmm
getting gunned down by a jolly chuckling Viking on his ship.
yeah, a
Um,
rather psychopathic Viking who's just killing everyone he sees for no particular reason. They're not even like stealing what they have. They're just like, ha ha, I killed those people. Ha ha. It's like the guy in Full Metal Jacket who's just shooting people out of the
yeah.
helicopter.
Or in the Pacific when they just they get their guns and they shoot some farmer's cow out in the middle of the field while they're on the train
Yeah.
ride through Kansas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very much like that. Solar Dragon asks, isn't this the film, the same Norse saga that Shakespeare based Hamlet on? Yes. That's why Hamlet and Amleth are so
Yeah.
similar.
I think the original saga of Amleth is lost, if I'm not mistaken. The actual manuscript, I believe, is lost. But it would have been. We have notes that people took about it, but not the
Yeah.
actual document. So this is sort of a recreation of it with a Icelandic novelist whose first novel was about a witch, and that's why Robert Eggers and him bonded so well.
Hmm.
Is because they both are interested in witchcraft and magic and medieval period and stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah,
So, yeah, we see that the everyday life, basically, of Amleth as an adult, he is somewhere in Russia, Ukraine, that sort of region, and he's part of this war party that goes in along the rivers, has been mentioned in the chat, and comes upon villages and just absolutely wrecks their shit. So, a couple things. We see him like rowing the boat. He's clearly like low down on the totem pole, all things considered. Here, like, there's his leaders above him who are rather psychopathic, I would say, especially the one guy who shoots those random people on the boat for no good reason. And then we come to, it's a night scene, and this is probably one of my favorites in the
this is
movie,
yeah.
where there's one of their leaders, an older gentleman who is like chanting. Do we have exactly what he was saying?
I'm sure we can
Yes, we
get it.
do. Okay,
Yeah,
we do. And so he starts chanting, and there's a big bonfire in the center, and they all have big wolf skins over top of their heads, and like with the head and the teeth and everything, and their shields, and they're dancing around and they're chanting, and they're just, dudes being dudes. So I want to go through some of the dialogue here because it's great. So they're like beating drums, and this is their pump up ceremony before a big,
yeah.
hearty, exhausting day
This
of
is their
raiding the
New
next day.
Zealand rugby dance. Yeah,
Yeah, this is how they get amped up to go murder and rape and pillage. So he says, your bare minds burn in the bodies of men. Sons of the wolf Fenrir break free from your flesh. Wolves will howl in the storm of Odin. Warriors will fall as the bear claw strikes. We will fight to Valhalla. And I believe those words that he's saying in whatever language actually rhyme in that other language. Can't remember if that's true. But there's definitely a sort of song-like poetic quality of what he's saying there. Um, then they're howling wildly, they're dancing, they're laughing, and all that sort of stuff. And he says, "Till we return to human shape, fearless, we shall drink blood from our enemies' wounds. Together we will rage in the battlefields of corpses. The Father of War commands us: transform your skin, brothers. Slaughter wolves, berserkers, become your fury." And then they all start, howling and, carrying on, and the thunder strikes. It's great. It's a great scene.
spitting and rolling his eyes back and roar. Oh,
Yeah.
it's great. Now, okay, the thing that I wanted to talk about with this scene, and it has something directly to do with the Vision Mead, and the fact that later on we'll also get a scene of weaponizing the ball tripping of these mushrooms, is that there are theories that the berserkers would take hallucinogenic mushrooms before going out on a battlefield, sort of like to get themselves in that berserker rage, that famous, craze that they would have.
Yeah.
And Robert Eggers, like me, he doesn't really buy that. From personal experience, I can only imagine it would be nigh on impossible to do anything quite like that while on a dose of drugs in that way. And
Maybe.
his
Yeah.
idea was that this sort of ritualistic dance and kind of just amp up ceremony would
Yeah.
be more than enough to get you there if you really believed that this was, you know, something that you could do. Um,
Yeah,
so I like that he
exactly. I
decided to
don't
go
think
with
they're
that.
necessary for that scene, and I'm glad they didn't do that here.
Yeah,
Because this just feels like, getting amped up before a football game, but a bit more extreme. You know what I mean? But it's that same sort of idea, and I like all the language about like becoming wolves. Like you're a man now, but you will transform into these
your
slaughter
bare
wolves.
mind burns in the flesh of men. Yeah,
Yeah, like transform and become this beast in order to do the work that the God of all things commands of you, and then you can return back to your human self afterwards. And it's like if you really believe that, yeah, I don't think you need
yeah.
drugs to get there.
Maybe just a couple of White Claws and you're there. You
Yeah,
know.
a couple Bud Lights, uh, just to get the blood pumping.
No
Yeah.
laws when you're drinking claws.
Yep.
Yeah. So this
It's
is
a great scene. It's very effective, and it's like, yeah, I find it very believable to imagine how they get there. Obviously, they're giant people, which helps
yeah.
because the
They are
people they're
fucking
fighting
huge.
are much smaller on average, as we will see in the next
Yeah.
scene.
One
Uh,
of the most one of the craziest things about the Vikings and the you wonder how they managed to wreak the level of havoc that they did. Like everybody was scared of them in the ancient world because
yeah.
like this is a set of gods that's like like you believe that the more ferociously you fight in battle, the better your chances of getting into heaven, where you'll go on to keep fighting. Like that's like the ideal for you. Like
Mhm.
that's nuts, man. Like that is a scary thing to go up against as just like your ordinary Slavic farmer, trying to trying to dig your potatoes out of the ground, and 5 out of 10 of them have blight. So yeah, you're already like in a tough situation here.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Viking
And
high
then
on meth would be a terror. Yeah, guy, just look at biker gangs on the West Coast. You'll see exactly what the
yeah.
problem is.
So now it is the next morning,
One of
presumably.
my favorite scenes where like they're starting to sneak up, and like can you imagine how terrifying it would be too, because like they're sneaking up right now, but like you imagine being the guy on guard at the gate and you see all those people dancing around that bonfire screaming like fucking maniacs and rolling their
Yeah.
eyes around from inside your wall. Like how do you not just like run away? How do you not just like get out of town? That's
That's yeah, pretty.
yeah.
I mean, they put up a decent fight as best you can against these fucking crazed, animalistic
And
lunatics.
that all they do is fight. Yeah.
Yeah, all they do is murder and rampage and rape and pillage, and oh boy, do they do that here.
Uh,
So
well, more Daka. You say like the Spartans, but less boy love. Well, maybe less love. Definitely still a lot of boy. They weren't exactly picky about who they gang raped. Is all I'm saying. Like the Vikings were a brutal bunch. Um, so yeah.
until you just said that, I thought they were pretty cool, but now I realize that they're actually kind of fucked up. That's crossing the line, man. That's not cool, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's time for the big raid. This is probably the most famous action set piece in the movie. It starts, as you mentioned earlier, with someone throwing a spear at Amleth. It's Amleth, right? Who
Yeah,
catches
it's
it?
Amleth who does it, which is like,
Cool.
yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, and so he grabs the spear out of the air and then throws it back and hits the guy with it. That's pretty awesome. It's pretty hip. There's what else can you say about that? So then they yell out and then they charge at the wall and they climb up with their axes and then they just start fucking their shit up. And
And
oh boy, do they.
it is a really really cool scene. All again, one nice long tracking shot with blocking that was, I can only imagine, damn near impossible to pull off.
My
Uh,
understanding is that they spent a whole day blocking that sequence and then shot it the next day.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think
Like
that's
a whole day of not actually filming just to like set it all up because there's lots of action happening. The camera's moving all over the place. So obviously the main action you could say is Amleth, mowing through people in really fun vicious ways. But then there's background action like eventually they start like rounding up all the children and they're like pulling the women away and they're sort of like burning things and then obviously
I love it
the
when we see
most
like all of the berserk, Vikings just kind of like slumped over, like
yes.
like they are exhausted from this
Hmm.
high of adrenaline, coming back down from the victory. Yeah, and
Yeah,
he's
that's a
just
great
sort of
moment. So like
stumbling through the town, not sure what to do with himself anymore.
yes. And probably the most brutal part of this, other than the general sort of warfare, which is shown very brutally, I would say, very matter of factly, is they round up all the children in this village and then they lock them in what a barn-like structure and then they burn it to the ground.
Yes.
It's like, holy shit, man. That's
Yeah. It's yeah.
it's pretty horrific.
And
And
it's
it's like,
it's one of those things that really it does a nice job of bringing you back down to earth after, like, because you really get to revel in that cool scene of him like rampaging through the city, right, or through the
yeah.
town, and then
Yeah,
afterward.
because it starts with the soldiers, and so it's like, I mean, they're leading the attack, but it is warfare, whatever. You can sort of like justify it in your head, and and enjoy the violence, and it's got a real cool factor to it. They're very impressive. It's fun to watch, and then as the battle rages on, and we get towards the end of it, in the aftermath, it's like, oh yeah, this this is a bit less fun now.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's like, but you see like why the amp up ceremony is there. It's so that they'll do this. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Oh, you get the
Because
shield
they
maiden
have,
who comes through, which I love that part. That was another one of those moments where I'm kind of like Leo in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where I'm like, oh, there we got one, because she comes through, she kills one, she's screaming, I want strong ones, because they're taking slaves. Obviously,
yeah,
that's the whole point. Yeah,
yeah,
about 60% raider, 40% trader would be the general Western Viking breakdown,
yeah.
probably, as Dan Carlin put it. That's not my ratio. That's a Dan Carlin original.
Sounds about right. At least
Right.
how it's presented here.
Yeah, his breakdown is like the Western version of the Viking, probably 60% raider, 40% trader. The Eastern version, probably the opposite. You know,
Gotcha.
because
Yeah.
they had more.
Yeah.
They had harder targets. Like, you can't raid Byzantium every day. That's a tough a tough nut to crack. But you got those
Yep.
little English monasteries over there on these remote islands with monks who can't fight.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I don't mean Solar Dragon mentions like plenty of their contemporaries were not necessarily less brutal
Oh yeah. Yeah.
or
Yeah.
cruel. I mean, maybe they were slightly less so, but yeah, they're definitely remarkable in their ferocity,
Well,
you could
there's
say.
a really interesting theory. I'm not sure how much of it I buy, but some historians have pointed out that, like, there is a potential that this sort of Viking age where, Paris and England were raided and where Ireland and Scotland kind of got hit hard, is in a way a response to a very brutal treatment by Charlemagne as he pushed eastward and sort of like execute. Like, he was kind of like a Viking for Christianity, if you know what I mean. Like, he would
Yeah.
execute people for not converting, or for converting and then going back to
Oh yeah, I mean,
worshiping,
like
that
the,
kind
the
of thing.
brutality here isn't
Yeah.
isn't. I mean, there is some of it that's just people indulging in their like sort of worst impulses. We've seen a little bit of that already, and we'll see more of it later. But like obviously, they're raiding a village and they're taking the women as slaves, sex slaves, and people doing chores and all that stuff, and they're killing like all the men except the ones that would make good slaves. And then like, what do they have of use for the children? They just get rid of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like it's a very very harsh, cold pragmatism there. It's not just cruelty, but and it's not super uncommon for the ancient world either. But it's hard to watch. That's for
Yeah.
damn
Yeah,
sure.
and it's a really interesting, really great way that they set it up. Like, obviously there's nobody in the barn. They rigged up a machine to pound the door and make it look like there are people in there trying to get out. It looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it's
and
it's brutal.
just jumping ahead, because I quite like this. I didn't notice this the first time I watched it. That when he has that vision of the sort of witch that Bjork plays, that like that happens in the burned out barn.
Yeah,
Like that's a really strong
yeah,
choice. We'll get back to what she says and why it might be relevant that it happens there later. Because there's an interesting thing that happens like in the aftermath of these scenes. Like Amleth is not, because they have, they can do essentially whatever they want. Obviously, people are kind of reveling in the violence. Some of the other Vikings are like kind of laughing hysterically as they burn the children alive. And some of them are
yeah,
grabbing women, obviously, with the intention of raping them and things like that, and cackling away as they do. Amleth is kind of cold and detached in these moments. Like obviously he's killing the people he's fighting, but he's not really reveling in the sort of spoils, if you will.
yeah.
He
He's kind
has
of
this
got that
look.
1,000 yard stare, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. And so it's interesting to me that it's not so much that he feels bad about it, but he's just not like this isn't what he wants ultimately. And so when it's time to have that conversation with, I've been corrected, the seeress, who Bjork plays, it like happened, he's drawn in the night to the barn where all the children were killed, and then he sees this vision of this figure who tells him, like, if you keep doing this you will just become an animal. You need to make good on the promise for vengeance. Like that's your true fate, not to just be a raider forever. Because this isn't for you. What you need to do is you need to go kill the guy that killed your dad.
Yeah.
So there's something about all this that he's like kind of detached from, in a sense, which is interesting.
And
So
yeah, well, and when he meets the CRS in the barn, her, this is, oops, her costuming is pretty great. Like she had a lot of influence, evidently, over the costume. And he's a little. It's kind of funny. He's a little. I don't want to say dismissive of it, but he kind of comes in and says these things like, I don't know if these puka shells would really have been something that people would have had at this point, but they do. Bjork was very insistent upon having a third eye on her costume, so we had to find a way to make it work, and she kind of really came up with a lot of the ideas, and I think it's fine. Is like his commentary on it, which is funny because I actually quite like the way that they dress her up as sort of a primeval, like a blind goddess kind of, the fate, the Norn of fate, weaving weaving the thread. I find that really interesting. I like her in this role, and when Jamie gets back, we'll talk a little bit about her dialogue because I think that's also really uh, interesting as well. Um, Wise men fear the sea in a storm, a night without a moon, and the wrath of a drunk Irishman. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Hopefully, Jamie won't be drunk when he gets back. The Bjork stalker would have loved this movie. I was gonna make a joke about that at some point too. Yeah. So I don't know if you caught the bit that I was saying. Robert Eggers was. It's funny to hear him talk about Bjork's costume in this movie. Apparently, she
mhm.
had most of the input for the design, and he took
Interesting.
issue a little bit with the puka shells for her eyes. It's like I'm not sure if this is something that people in this time period even would have had access to, or I like maybe some of them might have had, but Bjork really wanted. She was very insistent upon her character having a third eye.
Yeah.
So I think he's like, I think it's fine, I guess, because like you can tell he's really like hung up on the fact that it's maybe not historically, you know,
Yeah.
accurate to any descriptions of what these characters might have looked like. But I really like the costume. I think she looks great. I think it really kind of sells that sort of blind
Primitive but
goddess. Yeah,
otherworldly, I would say.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, in the same way that like the witch in The Witch, when she's her like younger self that Caleb runs into, she's dressed in a way that's not like that doesn't make sense for someone in that region. So like so there's something like otherworldly about her,
Yeah.
or like foreign and strange and exotic, I guess you could say. And there's something about the headdress and all the crazy stuff that she has on here that has that quality too. So it's pretty clear, like right from the get-go, that like, oh, this is some sort of spirit or being, or like
Yeah,
this is not
exactly.
just someone who's in the room with them. The puka shells is kind of funny. Like where I mean, they definitely would have had access to certain kinds of seashells and things like that for necklaces and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
maybe not those specifically. But I don't know if anyone's super hung up on that the same way they're hung up on Nicole Kidman's Botox, you know?
Not quite as immersion breaking. Yeah.
Well, Trayvon Washington says the puka shells broke his immersion and ruined his day, so I'm sorry to hear that, Trayvon. Yeah, I can believe that. Believe it enough. Anyway, so now, um, well, there's a brief. So yeah, so they kill all the children. Oh, there's a brief bit right before that where someone comes up to Amleth and he says, "When we found you as a cub, I knew then that you had a heart of cold iron." As like a compliment, but there's something kind of about that Amleth has that 1,000 yard stare. He doesn't say much in this section of the movie, but it's a bit like something he's not. It's not what he wants to hear exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they kill all of the children.
Practice some serious late term abortion. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, very very late in some cases.
36-month abortion.
So now it's time for Bjork's scene. And so Bjork says, "Prowl in my shadow, slayer of my people, hide. Even though your brother stole my eyes, I see you. I am no one's." And then he says, "I am no one's brother." He says, "It is not enough to be the man that never cries, Prince Amleth." So that's obviously the moment, like, I know who you are kind of thing. The prince that turned from his fate, a beast that cares for naught, a beast that wrings tears from the eyes of men. So like, yeah, there's something interesting about that. It's like you're like this isn't the life for you. You've abandoned what you swore that you would do
I've
to
abandoned
what
my child.
to just be a beast who cares for nothing. Doesn't really even seem to be all that into this part of the job, if you will.
Yeah.
And she says, "Now remember for whom you shed your last teardrop. Remember the oath to right the wrong. Remember the Raven King. Remember. Remember it contains the salty ocean you must sail upon to the edge of the world. It feeds the freezing river of hate that runs in my veins," is, I guess, his response. "It will take you to an island in the north where there will be a spring, sorry, where there will spring a burning lake bursting from a black mountain's peak." He responds, "There I will drown my father's killer." So there's an interesting thing that happens in this movie. I suppose now is a good enough time to talk about it, where these otherworldly figures give our main character information and knowledge that he doesn't have otherwise. This is
Yes.
interesting. And there's even a scene later, way later in the movie, where he's literally freed by ravens
Yeah.
from his binds, which is really interesting. So what I like about this movie in terms of how it immerses you in the world of these people is that it's like the supernatural or whatever word you want to use, like acts like its effect on the world is as real as anything else. You know what
Which
I
is
mean?
what makes it feel the most like a medieval saga, or like the Iliad, right? Like the gods in
Yes.
the Iliad play a very active role in that story. Like they're full on. They are as much characters as Ajax and Achilles in that story. I love that about this movie. What what does sort of, and we'll get to it a little later, because here it's very clear this is happening, right? That this
Hmm.
supernatural being is having an effect on the story and is there. Later on, there are some instances where the supernatural beings do have an effect, like he's freed from ravens from his binds, but the movie kind of tries to play with your ideas of whether or not that really happened. or whether or not that was just like some his belief coloring that, and I don't think it pulls it off great. Um, and
Yeah, I just sort of assumed when I watched it that that just really happened.
that's
And I was just like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, but like there's also the scene where he's like being carried by a Valkyrie, right? Like by Odin's Valkyrie through across the landscape of Iceland, and then he wakes up and Olga comes up and goes, "I'm not a Valkyrie, but I did ride." Yeah, like so it's like, wait, am I supposed to think that she did that and he just hallucinated the ravens and the
Yeah,
Valkyrie? Like,
that I mean, that definitely seemed like a dream.
yeah,
Like in the way
yeah.
that the Ravens freeing him doesn't feel like a dream. It just feels like how it actually happened.
You
But
see, I
but
don't know if there's a hard enough line for me to be able to be like, well, that one seems
maybe.
real and the other one doesn't. You know?
Oh, it's the idea that she freed him.
Yeah,
Oh, that works, I suppose. I didn't think about
yeah.
it.
I just, I don't. I would prefer that he just like. I understand that he wants the realism and he wants to kind of keep the, like how could this maybe really have happened and like what would lead him or what would lead the medieval people to believing that this is how this would how this went down, which parts are fanciful and which parts are real. But I just kind of wish that he stuck with the fanciful parts and just kind of let that go. There's also the scene
Hmm.
with the mount dweller, um,
Yeah,
that also
that's
like
that's one of the more baffling choices.
yeah,
Ultimately, because it adds nothing really.
yeah,
Okay, we'll get to that when we come to it. But yeah, there's an interesting thing. It's not all hyper successful. A lot of it really works. The sort
yeah.
of blending of the sort of gritty historical realism and the sort of grounding you in what it what it really means to believe all this stuff deeply. You know what I mean? I think it mostly does a good job of that. But there's a couple
Yeah,
little scenes where I'm
it's
like, I
just
don't.
it's just little bits that kind of get on my
Yeah,
nerves sometimes when I rewatch it, which I've
yeah.
done many times.
All right, I need to respond really quick. Topaz Dude says, "Thank God she won that fight. He would have done some super realistic, period accurate, boring costume. I don't accept the dichotomy there, really at all. Like her costume, like all the other realistic costumes in this movie are cool and good. Like the Valkyrie's costume, and all the things that the kings wear and everything like that, and some of the weirdo figures we meet, all that sort of stuff. Like all that stuff is cool. It's not boring. Bjork's costume is particularly strange in a way that works. I don't accept that if he had won that fight, it would have been dull and boring and realistic. Like that's a dichotomy that I don't buy
I
into
don't
at
know if
all.
I'm 100% there, but I do like that she, because for all of her Bjorkisms, for all of that weird shit Bjork gets up to, she is very arresting visual artist. Like she knows how to make things look kind
He's
of
compelling
weird
and
and freaky. Yeah,
captivating.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And real quick for Wasserman, there, I am not familiar with the history of Saint Olga, so if you want to throw that in the chat, I'm happy to read that as keep going. Obviously, very
So she continues. Follow the vixen's tail to the dwelling of the ancient one to seek the fated sword that matches your brutal rage. And he says, "Why speak you my fortune, witch? It says, for where your path of ashes ends, another will begin her journey, a maiden king." And then he says, release me. He says, you cannot escape what fate the norms have spun. Now be gone. So this is more foreshadowing of what will come later. That's very much a big part of this story, what the fates say. What's interesting about it to me is little details that he'll have to like remember to do later, like because he could just kill Fjolnir a bunch of different ways, but he's like, no, I need to get the sword that the Fates command I use, which is a really interesting detail later in the story. But that comes from her instruction: follow the vixen's tail to the dwelling of the ancient one to seek the fated sword that matches your brutal rage. So I quite like that idea that like the Fates demand that he uses a specific sword that has its own name and its own lore and its own sort of like
yeah,
ethos
man.
to it.
That's the part that feels very like it reminds me a little bit of like of Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
So now it is, we've moved on. They have brought the slaves back to some sort of base camp, and they are dividing where the slaves will be sent. He says these slaves will go to Uppsala, or however you say it, Uppsala.
Uppsala.
These to
Uppsala.
the market in Kiev, send them to Constantinople, and the strong ones should make it all the way to the Fjolnir's post in Iceland. And so then Amleth is like, hey, he says this to another guy who's getting water from a well or something. Like, who is this Fjolnir? And he says, Fjolnir the Brotherless, so called after he killed his brother, the disgraced king Arvandil Warraven.
Dude, I love this guy and his like goofy his goofy Nordic
Okay,
accent.
it's not so much the accent, it's like how he carries himself and the way this is written to be very sort of like lore dumpy. Like I know it's important, but the way this comes across is very stilted and unnatural to me, especially him like, oh, I'm and then he like kind of leaves while he's still talking, like it's just so
Just after Harold Finehair took his kingdom.
it's wait, hold on. You should read what he says exactly like that. Hold on. Um, hold on.
All right, send it to me. I'll do my
All
best.
right. All right. Here's what he says. Doop, 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 doop.
Okay. Fjolnir the Brotherless, so called after he killed his brother, disgraced King Arvindel Warraven. As I know of him, why are his slaves bound for Iceland? Fjolnir rules over, oh god, Hrafsni. He fled to that backwater frontier with his wife and son after King Haraldr of Norway took his kingdom. Fjolnir killed his brother for nothing. Now he's a sheep farmer. Fucking love. I love it when he does that, dude. He's
I don't know. It all feels very kind of stilted and fake to me, this scene. I mean, but anyway, setting that aside, setting the performance and the way it's said, we learned some important things here, obviously. So, Fjolnir is now at a post in Iceland. Fjolnir is obviously his uncle who killed his dad. Well, he's in Iceland now as a sheep farmer because he lost the kingdom that he stole from the War Raven after someone else just took it from him. So he didn't hold on to it for very long,
it
and now he's
slipped off his arm like a
a
serpent.
serpent. Yep, and now he's a sheep farmer. And so he's like, okay. And so now Amleth hatches a plan to pretend to be a slave or like throw himself into slavery in order so that he would be transported to Iceland. So obviously he has to like sort of abandon his post or his role as a berserker. And then he like, for example, he finds a brand. All the slaves are branded on a certain part of their chest. And so he brands himself, and then he swims out to a ship as it's leaving and hops aboard. Rather conveniently isn't spotted as he's doing this, but whatever. It's
Yeah,
fine.
and
It's like
credit to
it's fine.
Skarsgård, by the way. He actually did that. He
Yeah.
actually swam all the way out to the boat. They have a full scene too, which is really great. Like they have a full scene where the camera follows him as he swims all the way out to the boat, then climbs all the way up it and gets in. But they had to cut
Mhm.
it because it was a little bit long. So you can see it. It's a really cool deleted scene. The camera
Yeah.
movement is amazing. But yeah, that's yeah. Just to gotta kill your darling sometimes, as they say.
Yep. So he is now on board a ship to Iceland along with the other slaves. So
Yep.
let's see. Okay, so we see some scenes of them traveling across the ocean. There's a storm they have to deal with and things of that nature. At one point, while they're still en route, Anya Taylor-Joy's character Olga of the Birchwood of the what's it
Birch
called?
Forest.
Of the Birch Forest. Yes, she has also been sold into slavery from the land of Rus, and but we see a little scenes of her like offering sort of herbs and other remedies to a woman who's sick. So she's she's that kind of person. What's the good word for like what she is? How would you
Um,
um at one point he says something to her like spell speaker. That's what he calls
yeah,
her.
some yeah.
That's what he So yeah, so she knows women's magic, as is foreshadowed in the very beginning of the movie. And so we see a little bit of that, like her with one of the other slaves, giving her something that's going to help her feel better, all that sort of stuff. And then when they have a moment, she says to Amleth, she says, "Your sheep's clothing does not disguise you, Northman." He says, "What say you, spell speaker? You wish to be a slave. Hide your cunning. Show the shepherd you are a sheep. I'll show the shepherd his death," is what he says in
Yeah,
response. So I quite like that she sees right through it.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Other people are just kind of give him a side eye every once in a while, like maybe they're
They're like,
suspicious.
look at
But,
him. Well, because he's fucking huge. That's
yeah,
like,
he's huge for a slave, and obviously, he looks quite a bit like the fellow Vikings. So you might wonder what
yeah.
he's doing there exactly. But he cuts his hair short as well, which is a part
Another
of the
little
disguise.
callback to what his hair looked like when he was a kid, too. Yeah.
Yep, yep.
And then during the passage to Iceland, the ship encounters a storm, and he saves Olga basically from going to one side, and then he knocks his head pretty good against the bench, one of the seats, and in that moment, that's where he sees like the visions of his future, like well, his past and his future. I think he sees all of it, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I remember it ends with a vision of like the tree kind of above in the sky over top of the boat that they're on.
Yes, yeah. Well,
That's
and
a
he
really cool
sees he
shot.
sees her in like the woodland headdress, in that very anthropomorphic. Like the background is all kind of distorted because of the way it's shot, But
Mm.
apparently, again, his set designer spent a whole day basically putting together this woodland set behind her for that shot, and then you can't even see it because of the way that he filmed it. So, you
I
know.
would be so annoyed if I was in the
This
art
set
department on
designer's
this
like, this
movie.
is a strike fucking two.
Yeah, like I don't know. I also don't know how you don't know you're gonna shoot it like that because you shoot everything like this. But
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah.
we'll set that aside. Yes, medicine woman. That's the term I was looking for. Thank you for what Olga is here. Someone says I hate his haircut. It nearly ruins the movie for me. To which Kevo says I've never thought about another man's haircut for more than 2 seconds. Got him. Yeah, he
Uh,
showed you, Stephen Lynn. He
uh,
showed you.
he does have a little bit of a page boy, like a page boy 70s haircut there, going for
Yeah,
him.
well, he cut it himself quickly in order to disguise his appearance.
Honestly, I find it kind of charming, like it feels very medieval. It reminds me of people at a Renaissance fair, who cut their own hair. So,
Not the LARPers who were just dressing up like they're going to Comic-Con, but the
yeah, yeah.
actual
No,
Ren Fair people.
The actual Ren Fair degens who cut their own hair and do cocaine in their trailers in the back.
Yes. So they arrive in Iceland. They're traveling the great distances across the landscapes, which are quite stunning. It's a very dramatic place, Iceland, visually, I should say. Um,
Some of the only sunny shots in the entire
mhm.
movie about to come
There's
up.
green.
Um,
There's green in these scenes.
yeah.
Wow.
So interestingly enough, actually, most of the movie was shot in Northern Ireland because of COVID. They couldn't actually go to
Mm,
Iceland for a
interesting.
very long, for most of it, until they did some pickup shoots towards the end of the post production process.
Yeah,
So
like the actual like grand landscapes, like the wide shots and stuff like that, I'm sure.
actually, a lot of those are also Northern Ireland.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
they had to find
Interesting.
a lot of places in Northern Ireland that would look accurate. But like,
Sure.
there's this, and then there's a couple of others later on in the movie. But other than
It's
that,
kind of funny because I've heard him tell the story that like he'd been approached by Alexander Skarsgård about doing a Viking movie, and he's like, I don't know about a Viking movie. And then he went to Iceland with his wife, and he was like, oh wow, this place is incredible. We got to do a Viking movie. And
yeah,
then ultimately, they don't even get to film it in Iceland,
yeah,
really.
it's a little disappointing. And he had planned to shoot it entirely in Iceland, but because of COVID, Iceland was a little wary about letting people in. So
Yep.
like they
Yep.
couldn't get, the studio wouldn't let them all go to Iceland to film,
Hmm.
and so
Yeah.
he had to backpedal and kind of find somewhere that looked enough like it, and he picked North Ireland.
Well, having not been to Iceland ever in my life, I thought it was believable.
Yeah, you know, I've been there twice. It's a pretty cool place, and he managed to avoid capturing trees in Northern Ireland, and I think that's good for him because that
Good
really
enough.
sells the Iceland thing.
Yeah. So, um, let's see. So they're being, driven across these landscapes until they eventually get to Fjolnir's farm. There's a brief conversation where Olga asks him, "Why would you stow away to such a hellish place?" She says, "This ground harbors evil." And he says, "My fate has brought me here to find what was stolen from me." That's an important line because there's little echoes of that later that I quite like. She says, "And what is that?" And he says, "A mother, a father, a kingdom." She's like, "This is your kingdom?" Like, "The traitor who stole my kingdom fled here when another king took it from him. I will leave when I am done with him." She says, "I am Olga of the Birch Forest, and I too vow to escape this island. Then you must face many foes. Would you face them alone?" she asks. He says, "Your strength breaks men's bones. I have the cunning to break their minds." So she's like, "Hey, if you're escaping here, I'm saddling up with you." Like you,
Yeah,
like
she's like,
she's like,
look, you got a chance. She's looking
"Yeah,
at him.
you
She's like,
got a
that
chance." Like,
guy's. How many abs does he have? I can count them. Yeah, nah, he could probably get out of here.
yeah, he can. Like, I'm gonna shack up with him. But there's a few moments of that, which is smart. I quite like that about her character. She's like, "Hey, I can help you, by the way." And there's a great moment later. One of the reasons I mentioned the like what was lost or what was stolen. There's a great moment later where she comes up to him and she says like, "Oh, this is after he confirms that his mother is here with Fjolnir."
Yes.
And she's like, "If you lost me, would you look for me too?" I quite like that line.
Yeah.
It's a nice little moment. But she's very much like trying to, I quite like, for it's a small, really small aspect of the movie, but their sort of friendship romance is actually quite good.
Yeah.
It feels very believable for the time, but like especially by the time we get to the end of the movie, I'm like pretty invested in whether he's going to stay with her or not, or whether
Yeah,
he's going to leave.
honestly,
Yeah.
every time that I see that scene of her, you know, summoning the wind on the boat, like it starts to get to me a little bit that like she's got a I really feel the pain of that abandonment there at the end of the movie. That I like it. I think it works. And I've heard a lot of people complain, and I'm wondering what you think of this. I think I have a good idea, but you know, a lot of people have talked about how they find it off-putting that she essentially decides to shack up with the guy who murdered her village and took her as a slave. What do you think of this critique?
Oh, am I supposed to think that's bad for some reason? No, I mean she's cunning
Yeah,
as well. And that's clear, and she's resourceful, and she's I don't know, there's a sort of I don't know, she's not like naive. And also she knows that like there's something different about him. And obviously she's looking for a way to get out of here.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like I don't know, nothing about that feels unrealistic at all. I mean, it's kind of harsh and brutal when you think about it, but
yeah.
it's
But
like
so is
that's
like
life,
a
baby.
good
Like
amount
that's
of life in the medieval period. So you
yeah.
know, this is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, it was especially the scene with all the people burning in the barn, right? Like
Yeah.
it's harsh and difficult to watch, and it's brutal. But you realize how much of like a fact of life it was
Yeah.
back in that time period that like you know if you were in one of these areas
Hmm.
there's a good chance you know within your lifetime you were going to experience a raid or two you
Yeah.
know at like
Well, the other big thing, not to cut you off, but the other big difference here is that like he does not do what we'll eventually learn or assume is true about Ethan Hawke. He doesn't take Nicole Kidman as a sex slave and then marry her and then kind of like have her bear a child against her will, assuming that's all true, which I
assuming that's true, which I don't, because I think that in addition, like Nicole Kidman is the evil, cunning version. Like she's the
yeah.
opposite, the foil to Anya Taylor
Well,
Joy. You
I
know?
I think I think there's reason to believe some of what she says.
No, some of it,
Um,
yeah, no, like she
yeah,
clearly harbored resentment, but like, yeah,
yeah. So that's what I mean. So like that's he doesn't treat Olga the way Ethan Hawke treated Nicole Kidman, according to her. You know
yes,
what I mean? So he's not like you are my property and you will be my wife. He's like single-minded on his vision, and he has to like lower and humble and even humiliate himself and degrade himself in order to accomplish it, even though he's the
she
son,
saw his
he's a
hustle.
prince.
She saw his
Yeah,
willingness to hustle.
she saw his hustle. Yeah. No, but
Women
I
are
mean it's
attracted
also
to the hustle, guys. That's like,
and also he doesn't treat her as like the you know an object like the like the spoils of war, you know what I mean?
yeah,
He's almost not interested at all in the romance until she kind of proposes it in a sense, you know what I mean? So like I don't know, none of that feels unbelievable to me. It just seems
I
it makes
agree.
perfect sense. Yeah.
You reading that comment about
Sorry, which comment?
the woman is opportunistic and willing to use her feminine traits to get ahead? What did Eggers mean by this?
What, but like yeah,
Yeah, no, I
I
mean,
mean like it's hard
she's
out here,
it's hard.
buddy. It's rough out here. You got, you know, but she's not like deceiving him either.
Yeah,
She's not strictly using him. There does seem to be some love there, which is interesting. It's not like modern rom-com love. There's something way more practical about it, but it does seem to be genuine. She doesn't seem to be manipulating him, as far as I can tell.
yeah.
Which is what part of the reason I find I'm so invested in them by the end of the movie. Like I really part of me like I know narratively he can't, but I'm watching this movie like, oh, what if he did just leave with her? Like, wouldn't that be nice? Like I want that for him,
Me too.
but
Yeah, me too.
yeah, but it's of course it was never going to happen that way. So they finally arrive at you know Fjolnir's farm, and at first Fjolnir's like, these people won't
Oh well,
survive
we've
the
got
winter.
that. See, real quick before we do that, because before it gets started, we've got a scene of him and his youngest son, um, who is clearly, a son with the son with Nicole Kidman, not with
Yes,
whoever bore his first son. Um,
yes.
they're building a fence while the older son, who, Amleth's cousin, I can't remember his name because he's kind of a minor character. He's a little bit of comic relief, but like in the pathetic way, you know.
Yes, exactly.
But Mjolnir is building a fence with, and this kid's name made me laugh a lot during the director's commentaries because Robert Eggers keeps calling him Gunnar. So
No, it's Gunner or
it's
Gunnar.
Gunnar,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he calls him Gunnar throughout the whole thing. So that's what I'm gonna do. He's building a fence with Gunnar, and he's Gunnar's complaining. He's like, "This is slave work, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I should be out there gooning. What are we doing here?" And he goes, "Well, no man knows whether or not he will be a king or a slave by the next fortnight. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so we should. Do you have the exact words there? Because I
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, just a moment. Um, it's slave work. You're the chieftain. It's your temple, and I'm the heir to this holy chiefdom. He says, no man knows if he will celebrate next Yuletide as a king or a slave. Best to be prepared for both. And then he adds, and to stave off the latter, the least you can do is show your slaves you're as strong as they are. But then Gunnar says, but no one's watching us. And he's like, go fetch us some way. Think on what I said. It's a
Which,
fun little
yeah, that's a
moment.
fun moment. I like that, and it's like it's establishing also, like, we're not just getting a cartoony villain. Like, that's a good point.
Yes.
He's making a
Yeah.
fucking good point, and he's teaching
Yeah.
his kid a valuable lesson.
Mm-hmm.
And he
And also,
kind
there's something of a just a fact of reality in that, like especially because he's not the king of a giant kingdom anymore. He's like he's the chief of this small little outpost, this farm, presumably where they raise sheep and whatever else they do here. This is a small outpost essentially he's in charge of. And like, for most people that had slaves, like the vast majority of people that had slaves, they had like a couple and they all worked alongside each other on the same farm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they helped them out, but like they didn't have enough that they didn't have to work alongside them. Like that was actually pretty rare. Like only the top people had enough slaves that they didn't actually have to do any of that labor themselves. So like
Well,
there's something of a cold hard reality to that. It's like no, it's like this is the labor everyone has to do also.
yeah.
But also there's something of course that he's like trying to make sure he's hardened, if you will, that he's like he doesn't want him to be spoiled in some sense as well.
Yeah. Gunnar needs to get hard.
Oh boy. It's true. Gunnar needs to get hard because he's not hard later and it shows.
Yeah.
Um
Well, oh yeah, when literally the strongest man on earth almost kills him over a hockey game.
yeah. That game they play is wild, by the way.
Yeah, it explains why the Nords are so good at playing ice hockey. The Swedes are a fucking brutal bunch, dude.
It's really interesting to me, like it's kind of like the further back you go in history, the more sport just resembled war.
Yeah,
Like the longer time goes on, the more it kind of gets abstracted away from warfare. But like I like that the game that they play mostly involves them just beating the shit out of each other. And
yeah,
some people look like they may or may not die in the game. It's
yeah.
like either he's dead or he's incapacitated, or I'm not exactly sure, but this is a thinly veiled war substitute, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they arrive and they're like, your shipment is here. And he says, where's the rest of them? Get on your feet, all that sort of stuff. Up swine, all that sort of stuff. And he's like, pitiful, can't even stand. They won't last the winter. Sell all of them. So I'm not quite sure how this setup works, that he's just provided slaves. He must be providing other,
He must be like throwing them some money, like sponsoring their raid
yeah,
in some way.
stuff like that. He's contributing such that he's rewarded with a certain number of slaves every once in a while, and then because he gets them and he's like, these ones suck. We'll just sell them off. That would be better as money. But then, in order to make sure that doesn't happen, Amleth just sort of starts raving like a mad dog in order to get their attention. And then once he has their attention, they're like, oh, this one seems different. He seems strong and fierce and all that sort of stuff. And he says, well, we've kept worse. And then the pathetic brother,
Oh god,
son,
yeah, he goes to
he's
punch
like,
him in the side.
yeah. Oh, it's great. He says, I'm not impressed. He says, his stench. And then he says, never look me in the eye, slave. And then like somewhere in here, he punches him in the side and it does absolutely nothing. It's really funny. Like it's one of the funnier moments in the movie for me that he tries to give him a sucker punch and then he doesn't respond at all. And he's like, oh, well, anyway, like, don't look at me in the eye. He's so pathetic. I love it.
I love to like later on when he comes up to him and says like, "Look me in the eyes, slave." Like later on, he does that for him. It's like, okay,
yeah. Sure, whatever you
whatever,
say,
dude.
Yeah. And he says, "Well, I wonder what they call a beast like you in the land of Roos." And he says, "I am
Bjorn Ulfir."
Yes, and I like that he says, "By name alone, you can tell he's strong as a bear."
I know that was like back when I used to play Guild Wars. That was actually one of my character names because I looked up how do you say bear and wolf in I think it was in Swedish, and it's pretty close to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was like,
So
oh shit, hell yeah.
By name alone, you can tell he's strong as a bear. But if you're as untrustworthy as a wolf, I swear I'll put you down myself. That's an interesting thing. He's like, clearly, this guy's built different, right? So we'll keep him around.
Well, then he says his name is Beowulf. That's like.
He's like, all right, yeah, fair enough.
Okay,
Beowulf. Exactly. We'll keep this one. The rest can go. And then Gunnar is like, but mother needs 2 for the kitchen and 1 for the laundry. And he's like, fine. And he says, and 2 males for the harvest. And he's like, fine, these 2 for the kitchen, her for the laundry. Choose 2 males for the fields. And then he's like, ooh, Anya
Ooh,
Taylor-Joy, her too. Keep her arms white and her hair long. Like, oh, okay. I see
all
see
right,
what's going
all
on
right.
here. um, let's see.
Not too proud to pay.
Well, he doesn't. No, he doesn't have to pay. Silly
Well,
goose.
he bought them somehow.
I don't think he had to buy them, did he?
That I think
Because
probably
the
he.
shipment just arrives,
Well,
but
but don't you normally like pay for a
yeah,
shipment?
yeah, okay. But then like he gets them and then he's like, just sell them all. So I don't know if he was like gifted them for something else he did later or whether he bought them, they arrived, and he's like, nah, these suck, sell them and get better ones. Either way.
Sounds like that's exactly what he wants. Ayo,
I don't get
sucks. Jamie, get your mind in the gutter, please. Come on, this is
it.
gold here.
I don't know if that one was gold. I think you've had better so far in the stream. Um, oh, then he's doing slave work around the place. At one point, he confirms that his mother is indeed here, the wife of Fjolnir, by like he goes into the house like carrying a rug. I love the way he like pushes the guy out of the way. He's like, "Go take a piss."
Yeah,
There's 2 guys carrying some sort of rug or
tapestry,
animal
something.
skin,
Yeah.
whatever it is, on 2 sticks. And then he pushes the guy out of the way, says, "Go take a piss," and takes over for him. He goes into the house, and then he sees through an open door. He sees his mother, and he's like, "Yep, that's her, all right." Then later,
When she's
Olga,
combing his hair, right? She has him
yeah,
close the door. That's a
yeah,
very intimate moment, you know,
yes,
which
he sees an intimate moment between his mother and Fjolnir,
yeah, which
and so
maybe
he
should clue him in. Like she doesn't look like she's being kept against her will here.
Yeah, but also you could totally
Yeah, yeah.
imagine the Stockholm syndrome, right? If she was innocent and good, like she's been his, forced wife for however long, just kind of resigned to it at this point. Um, anyway, so he's back outside, and Olga's like, "Did you find it? What you lost in the house today? Was it there?" And he says, "That and more. It's a nightmare." And she says, then you must wake up." And he says, "It's their nightmare." So there's this like I like that moment. I think it says a lot about Amleth. It's like first it's like this is a nightmare for me seeing that. He's like, but I'll make it their nightmare instead of mine.
Yeah.
A nice little line. And then they're like, "Hey, Olga, get the fuck away from the other peasants. You're supposed to stay in the house. So he says, so you stay pretty and clean." He says, "You don't belong here. Fjolnir wants you close." And then as she's getting pulled away, or as she's about to get pulled away, it's that line I mentioned earlier where he says, "If you lose me, will you come and look for me too?" He doesn't answer, but he's got that look in his eye. He's a man of few words, Hugh. Um,
And when he does, he rips the zingers.
yeah, exactly.
He's got that
So,
19 like I this I really like that 1980s action hero like one-liners that he drops in a lot of these.
yeah. So, at night, at one point, he is kind of like, as happens over and over again in this movie, he's just sort of led by his conscience or something to a cave.
Oh no, that's a fox. That's the
Oh, is it a
vixen.
fox?
Yeah.
Oh, right, right. Oh, right, the vixen's tail.
So
Right.
one of the things, this is like it's kind of so the way that they shot it, right? They did that orthochromatic film and lens so that everything looks a little bit shiny and dark, and I feel it was a little bit of a misstep because for I watched this movie many times. I thought that fox was CGI'd. That's a real fox. That's a real trained fox that's doing
Yeah.
all of those actions. And I was just like, oh, it's like yeah, it doesn't look great. It's kind of a little bit,
Yeah.
too glossy or whatever. No, that's
Yeah.
real. I don't know. Like I
I
like the
like the way
style.
it's shot kind of almost makes it look fake when it
Yeah,
isn't.
yeah, which is
That
like a
happens
little bit of a
sometimes.
shame, because I think that it's really neat that they like that Fox is a pretty good pretty good actor. Like it does a pretty
Yeah.
good job. So
Mhm. Mordaka makes a good point. I'm pretty sure it's intentional that Amleth breaks a lot of Viking rules. Killing stealthily at night is cowardly. Yeah, I
yes,
mean,
that
it's
is.
and like, but yeah, it's interesting because he's not doing it like it's almost like the world is twisted and broken by the initial act. And so it's like all the rules are kind of out the window until he gets his revenge. It's sort of, the spirit of what's happening here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, because it's the initial act of evil, the killing of the king by his brother and stealing his wife and all that sort of stuff that kind of breaks the norms and the normal course of things. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Narratively speaking. So he's led by the fox to a cave.
One of my
And
favorite shots in the movie too, when they're walking by that giant like the big lake, and you see all of the the stars and the mountain in the background, and
yeah,
then you just see the shadow, the silhouettes of the fox and of him kind of following along. It reminds me very much of like those the animations, like the shadow puppet animations in Harry Potter, in like the last couple Harry Potter ones, where they're talking about the Hallows and everything. That like
mhm,
sort of, yeah, like puppeteered is a good word for it. I think like being led along on strings
yeah.
kind of drives the fate theme home. I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, that shows up in a lot of ancient myths, like cross-culturally. It's like an animal is like an omen, often not just like an omen, but like something you're meant to follow, like a bird lands on a branch near you and then it flies away, like you're meant to follow it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or people often do in stories anyway. Um,
So he comes to a cave,
yes, and this is where he
wherein
runs into the He Witch, who is
yes,
not Willem Dafoe, but don't worry, he has Willem Dafoe's head. So he
yes,
says, "Sit, Amleth, son of Oran or Vandil. Did our hen-eating friend tell you of me?" Hen-eating friend. Who's that supposed
the
to be? I
fox.
can't remember. Oh, right, the fox.
Because
Thank
the
you.
the first where he
Yes,
he
yes.
encounters the
Thank
fox
you.
getting thrown out of
I
a
forgot
chicken
about
coop.
the fox. I must have looked away for all the fox shots this time around. He says, no, one much more talkative. He says, an old fool. And he says, ah, poor Hymir. He speaks of days past and days yet to come. Gilnir cut out his tongue, plucked out his eyes before killing him. But I made him ones anew. And then he shows the decapitated head of Willem Dafoe that he still has, that he put, I don't know, some sort of stones in for the eyes. What can you tell exactly? It's hard to tell
No,
in the lighting.
it's hard to see,
But he
but
made
yeah,
new
like he
eyes
made him
for
new
him.
like stone eyes and a new
Yes.
tongue. You
And
know,
so he's laughing. He said, kind friend, know that I will avenge you too, is what he says. And he's so this is one of my favorite jokes in the movie, right? So Amleth is saying to the head of Hymir, he says, kind friend, know that I will avenge you too. And he says, and the he witch is like, I fear you must address me. Alas, I made him no new ears. And then he laughs. He's like, ha 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 ha. They also met with Mjolnir's blade. He's like, all right, cut it out.
all right,
I like that joke. It's
yeah,
fun. It's like, I'm afraid you have to talk to me. I didn't make him any ears. Laugh, 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 laugh. So, you know why I've come. And he says, you are still a beast cloaked in man flesh. He says, speak, witch. And he says, so be it, slave. And then,
trading
he's,
barbs a little bit. I like it.
yeah, and then he starts speaking.
Well, he cuts a little
Essentially,
piece off of the back of Willem Dafoe's skull and throws it in the fire, and does a
mhm.
little wandering prophet. Yeah,
And then we basically hear Willem Dafoe's voice through him. He says, wake now from your murder.
that's a great
And
line, dude. What a great.
yeah, there's a lot of them. A
Yeah,
lot of those. And
and
so then he says, hello, puppy. I seek the weapon. And then he responds, I seek the weapon the Norns of fate chose for my revenge. Jaime responds, hear me. Jaime responds through the He Witch, because the decapitated head doesn't talk, but we just hear the voice, which is a smart choice, I think.
yes,
Um, he says, hear me, forged by the deadliest. This is just fun sword lore, which who doesn't
yes.
love some good sword lore? Forged by the deadliest warsmiths ever to crawl from under the great worm's belly. A sword of the most secretive rare iron, bound with bone of the Jotnar. or however you say that. Weightless in its owner's hand, yet like a dragon's fang, its bite can never be dulled, never broken nor bent. Its blade could only be quenched in human blood.
Jotnar are
It is
giants, by the way.
right. Okay, that
It's
makes
a
sense.
giant bone.
Yep.
Forged by dwarves. Peter Dinklage couldn't, take these roles away from. I like that they used
uh,
like actual little people too for the dwarves forging the sword. It just
yeah.
it's fun. It's a
Yeah.
fun
As you
touch.
do. Mm-hmm. It is a battle flame like none other. Its name, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Do you remember its name?
Isn't it the Nightblade? You can just
Well, he
call it
says,
that.
well, he says its name. I'm gonna send it to you. You'll be better at pronouncing this maybe than I will. He says its name is
Droger.
Roger,
Droger.
the undead. He says
Yeah.
it is fated. Yet difficult is the sword's nature, for it can only be unsheathed in the dark of night, or else at hell's black gates, the gates of hell.
Yes.
That's an interesting bit, an interesting tidbit. Like you can only use it at night. So, to the point someone mentioned earlier that it's like against the sort of honorable way of fighting to fight to sneak up on people at night. There's something kind of built into this that it's used in secret for these sort of it's used at night. It has to be used at night. It has to be unsheathed at night. There's something kind of dark and secretive about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting choice because it's like only used for this sort of thing, if you will.
Yeah. And the name means undead, so like
Okay.
it Droger are the like when you go in Skyrim and you're raiding tombs basically, you'll encounter a lot of Droger. They're like basically zombie creatures that guard the treasure.
Hmm.
Barrow White, if you, for the Lord of the Rings fans in the chat, that would be another one. They're legendary guardians of like hoarded treasure, basically, in this sort of folklore. So the fact that that's its name is kind of cool, and that a Droger is holding it in the movie,
Yeah.
also kind of fun.
Oh, we're almost at that scene. That's an interesting one to talk about.
Yeah.
So, last thing he says about the sword, says, "There will my sword be just. I will enjoy feeding Droger till then in everlasting night." And then the he witch adds, "Then you shall also enjoy the moment when you must choose between kindness for your kin or hate for your enemies."
That is nothing. My heart knows only.
Yep.
Great.
So, yep.
Uh,
Interesting setup for what happens at the end of the movie. And then he says, "Show it to me." He says, "You must make a visitation to Droger's owner, the Mound Dweller. Mark well the full moon's light, for shadows are not hospitable hosts." And so there's some then more animal symbolism, but not a raven, not a fox this time, but a serpent.
yes.
An interesting choice. And this is where we get to. Oh, so the he witch is holding a serpent in his hand as he's telling him this. Mark well the full moon's light, for shadows are not hospitable hosts. He's got a snake in his hand, and then he throws the snake at his feet, and he sort of backs up in shock to find that it has turned into a rope. And of course, the he witch is laughing at him, as he witches are wont to do. And then he has to go get this sword. So let's talk about this scene, Hugh. Because it's a really cool scene until it kind of isn't.
Yeah. So he breaks into the barrow essentially. Now a barrow is just like a big like a burial chamber, basically for a Viking lord or warrior, where there would be a lot of like weapons and treasure and all that, because you
Or a
can take
tomb.
it with you in Viking mythology. You can have
Yeah,
everything. Everything can come with. So you have your all your shit down in there.
that makes sense because a lot of times when other people are killed and being buried, there's often a sacrifice of an animal that goes along with it.
Yes, and in
Yeah.
in this instance too, because worshippers of Freyr would have buried their ships, um, whereas worshippers of Odin would burn. Like the funeral pyre that's very famous from the Vikings. That's like an Odin's brand of god, which is not Aesir, it's the other one. But anyway, this one in like the worshippers of Freyr would be buried in their ships instead. So he sneaks into the barrow and like kind of knocks a hole in the top, climbs through with the rope, and he goes to the a corpse on a throne which is holding the sword.
Well,
Goes to
quickly, interestingly, he comes down into this
Vanir.
chamber, and it's like this really striking moonlight coming directly from above, and he like leaves the moonlight to come up to the corpse.
Yes,
Because
exactly.
we've mentioned already that like, ooh, stay out of the shadows, mark well the moonlight.
Yeah. So he goes to grab the sword from the corpse, and the corpse wakes up, and then they have a big fight scene, and it's really fucking cool because the guy in the corpse costume is like 7 feet tall, and he's
Yeah,
really
I
fucking
love the
scary.
choice. Like, so basically, he has to fight an undead giant for the undead sword, which is hip. I like that. And it's interesting because Alexander Skarsgård is fairly tall.
Yeah,
All the Skarsgårds are fairly tall. Hold on, I'm gonna look up exactly how tall he is. So you have to find someone who dwarfs him. Yeah, Alexander Skarsgård is 6'4", so he's already a pretty tall boy. So the guy that they got to dwarf him, I believe, is 7'1". Fun. I looked him up because I was interested in what else he had been in. Do you know what else he's been in?
was he
It's a
in
couple things.
Romulus? No, he's not the
He's
Romulus alien, is he?
no, he's the engineer in Prometheus, though.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So pretty
He is
close.
also, hold on, there's a couple other ones. There's some Game of Thrones ones. I have not seen Game of Thrones, so you will know this
Well,
more than
I
I.
mean, yeah, there's a couple Game of
Is
Thrones guys in this one.
well, no, the guy who plays this guy specifically is in Game of Thrones. He plays a couple different. He plays Dongo the Giant.
Oh
Uh,
shit. Okay.
1-1-1-1.
1-1 and another giant. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's in 16 episodes of Game of Thrones, this guy.
Yeah. Plays the giants. Very cool.
Yep.
When
And he plays
the guy who while we're on the Game of Thrones thing, the guy who he fights to the death in the hockey game, that guy played the Mountain in Game of Thrones. The guy who squishes the head in the very
okay.
famous
Yeah,
scene.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, in that part of Game of Thrones, because it's a different actor in the first season. But yeah, that is, and his real name, the actor's name, is Halfthor Bjornsson. Um, this is a fucking
That's
awesome name.
that's the name I would give a fake Nordic
Yeah,
person.
exactly. Half Thor,
Yeah,
like mini
that's
Thor.
what okay, if J.K. Rowling had to name a Viking in the Harry Potter world, it'd be
It'd
half
be
Thor
like baby
Bjornsson.
Thor bear son. Yes, that would be.
That's
Yes, dude
uh,
is was at one point. I don't think he is anymore, but he won the strongest man, world's strongest man competition, and he actually broke a saga record for like he carried a 1,000 pound log on his back for. So there's an ancient legend where one of the like Viking heroes in the sagas carried 1,000 pound log on his back for 3 steps, and then
mhm.
on the third step, I think it broke his back.
Yeah.
This guy carried 1,000 pound log on his back because like even the saga writers are like more than 3 steps. That's not believable. Nobody can do that. Like no, 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 no,
Yeah.
no. 3 steps. This guy made it 5 and did not break his back with a
Wow.
1,000 pound log on his back. So he literally broke a mythical
Mythical.
record.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I don't
Yeah,
think many people could say that
yeah,
about anything they've ever done.
yeah.
That's pretty hip. I like that. So he has this big fight scene, and someone mentioned like, oh, he actually was tall. It looked like a special effect. They film it in a way to exaggerate it even more, but yes, he is, quite a bit taller than Alexander Skarsgård, who's already pretty tall. But the other weird thing about this movie, or Alexander Skarsgård's performance in this movie, is that he has like really bad posture. He's like hunched over constantly in
Yeah,
every
yeah,
scene. It's
he's
kind of
got
interesting.
it's he must have been like, yeah, I don't know if that's because he's like I don't know if he's doing that
I
because
don't
he like wants it to feel like he's subservient to his own fate or like if
I don't know.
it's
He's just always like that in the
yeah.
movie, and it's interesting. It's an interesting decision. It's a little distracting sometimes because I'm just like, oh, dude, just stand up straight. What are you doing? Because I don't think Alexander Skarsgård is just like that normally.
Yeah, no,
He
I don't
he
think so.
doesn't have that kind of crazy posture. So it was clearly a character decision, but also that sort of helps with the height difference between the giant and him because he's sort of hunched over anyway. Maybe it's partly in a sense to make it not look like he's towering over
He
everyone
has
else.
gamer neck. I wonder if that's out of the sagas.
That's
That's
pretty
good.
funny.
But yeah, so they fight, and Amleth is getting his ass kind of handed to him. He's getting thrown around the boat. But then
Yeah.
he notices that the giant corpse, the Droger, will not go through the moonlight. It like kind of looks
Yes.
up and walks around it. So he ends up using his wit and his like his strength to kind of like push him into the moonlight, and he freezes and he stares up at the moon. And I love the way they do it. It's like it mesmerizes him. Like it appears in
Yes.
his eyes. It looks amazing when they set that up. And then he cuts off his head and he shoves it up his ass, which is a traditional Viking thing of honor. You know,
I
you
I love I love that.
yeah
Let's pause there for a second. We're gonna come right back to like
yeah we
this
are
is like it's like savage teabagging almost.
yeah.
You cut off someone's head and then you shove it up their own ass. You just put it right in their crotch, like I'll fucking
Uh,
teach you. That's pretty brutal.
Did I ever tell you did I
Maybe
tell you about when I was
that's
playing?
connected to the it's connected to the gamer neck. He's
Yeah,
got
yeah.
like a
When I
little
was playing Def Jam's Fight for New York over the break, it was Thanksgiving, over Thanksgiving with a friend of mine, and
Mhm.
it's a fighting game with rappers, and so like all the rappers have their own little like eh, their hard entry line, right, when you pick them and you get into the fight. So you've got like Exhibit coming in and being like, oh, with hands like these I don't even need to pack no heat, that kind of thing. They
Sure.
all kind of do that, but then Redman in the game just like as soon like sets himself apart because he just goes like, I'm gonna rip your tongue out and lick my ass with it. And it's like it reminds me a little bit of that, like there's just that like really
Sure.
goofy like
Yeah.
acting like, I'm gonna cut your head off and shove it up your own ass. Just it's great. So anyway, he does that and he wins
Oh
and he
wait,
gets the
okay,
sword.
hold on. Really quick before we continue on with what happens there, a couple things. Yes, his posture is very animalistic, and I think that's definitely part of the intention. I would bet the other aspect of it is that they don't want him to tower over all the other people that are meant to be Vikings. You know, because
Yes.
they can't like not everyone is as big as he is. I think there's got to be something, especially scenes he has with Anya Taylor-Joy, who's like she's not short, but she's not like super tall. Like I think part of him being hunched over makes the height difference a little less distracting in some scenes. Anyway,
Yeah.
but yeah, the posture is definitely part of the animalistic thing, but not all the other Vikings do it. That's sort of the thing that is perhaps maybe a bit distracting about him specifically, but it's not a big deal. I like it. It's just it's noticeable,
Yes. Yeah.
like his gamer neck. Um,
Yeah, so he defeats the
yes,
mound dweller and he takes the sword, but then the camera kind of slides to the side.
it dollies
Um,
over. Yeah,
it dollies over, and we see him just standing there staring at the corpse, still in the chair, still holding the sword. And then he goes to pick it up, and the corpse just falls apart. And
what was the
I
what
don't
was the
know what the
point of that?
point of that is, because like there's not there's not really a good reason to undermine the fight. Like it's cool. We're watching a Viking movie. He's been aided by witches and foxes, and he's gonna get helped by ravens and valkyries and shit, and they're gonna fight at a
Mhm.
volcano. Like
Yeah.
you don't need to go that hard into the realism thing to be like, well, maybe this is how it really happened. You can just let us have fun with it. Like
There's almost there's two reads. One is like, oh, but like maybe that was just like you just said, like maybe that was just kind of like a magical vision delusion sort of thing. And what really happened is he just grabbed it. Like that's boring and lame, and I don't like that choice.
yeah,
The other option for what he's going for, I don't know. It's there's
I don't
something
know how
magical
else you
about it.
can like really like maybe it was like a
If there's a
vision
magical
quest.
well, it is a Vision Quest type thing, but like it's presented just as real, and then yeah, it just seems to undercut it. I can't think of a good read that adds any information. It's more like I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just you undercut what was a cool scene by being like, "Oh, that didn't really happen." It's like,
Or did it?
why couldn't it have just really happened? You know, like in another scene where you might play with the ambiguity of that, whether something was like a hallucinogenic vision or whether it actually happened that way. There's ways of doing that that actually adds meaning to a scene, and depending on the context. This doesn't add any new meaning at all. It just takes away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd
It's
like not a huge fan of that choice in
someone
particular.
asked how much magic has actually happened to that point. Let's talk it through. So we have they drink the vision mead, and then they have this like surreal.
Shared trip of like the king tree, the tree of kings.
Yes, but you could chalk that up to just hallucinogenic. Like that, you can have a materialist
Yeah.
explanation for that, right? Then there's there's visions that come true, right?
Yeah.
There's prophetic visions and spirits that he sees, but like you could chalk those up to dream states. Like
So we're
they tend
talking
to
Bjork,
happen at
like
night.
yeah,
Yeah, Bjork and the fox and the guy he meets in
the
the
he
cave.
witch, yeah.
Yeah. So, how much magic has actually happened?
Do we think the he witch, are we chalking that up to dream?
Well,
Because
so here's the thing about magic, because he's getting information that he can't get otherwise in these scenes.
yeah,
So, and that's resulting in real, tangible gains that he gets, like the sword.
yeah,
So, like, what is the
which itself
materialist?
is magic in a way, because like it can't be
Yes, it
opened.
is.
Yeah,
It is magic. So like, but like, what's the materialist explanation for the fact that he sees a vision who tells him something that actually comes true, and he finds a sword exactly where the vision told him it would be? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I think in the logic of the story, at least that sort of like prophetic vision, hallucination, dream, like dreams that come true, like prophecies and curses that come true, like word magic, for lack of a better word, like that stuff seems to be very real in this. The the sword, like that's something that you'd have to fight this mythical undead creature to get the sword literally is kind of an upping of the magic, right? Like
yeah.
we're not accelerating it, but we're like, we're building on it. It's like that's more extreme than it has been throughout the movie so far.
It's one of
But
the
I don't.
most extreme instances that we're gonna get pretty much in the entire, like until we get, I guess the ravens play a pretty big role there later on too. But this is like, yeah, this is the part where I like, it doesn't seem to serve any purpose other than just sort of deliberately undermining it.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
seems it's like he doesn't want to, or is insecure about the plain supernatural interpretation of what happened there. So he feels compelled, for better or for worse, to be like, oh, maybe that didn't happen like that, and this is just like it's the one scene that kind of betrays what I like about the movie the most, in terms of the sort of riding that line between the sort of like gritty, historically accurate realism and the sort of spirit of what people at the time believed and how vivid and real it was for them. So this scene kind of tries to show you both instead of combining them, if you will. You know? It tries to like, oh, here's the thing he believes happened, and here's what actually happened. It's like that's don't do that.
Yeah,
But the
not as
Raven,
much fun. Not as much fun. Yeah, the ravens could have been a hallucination while Olga was freeing
yes,
him. That is, yeah.
like sure, that's
So
definitely possible. There's some things that happens toward the end where he's like more out of his mind and he's wounded and he's all that sort of stuff. Sure, and the sort of he's losing contact with reality in some sense. This is the most magical thing that happens objectively, and he feels compelled to be like, well, it didn't actually happen. But it's like, but other magical things have happened. They've just been subtle. So you can't pretend that there's a way of interpreting this that isn't
Yeah, maybe
magical.
that's why too, is that like the rest of them are rather subtle and open to interpretation, and it's a little harder to do that with a fight with a giant Draugr in a barrow for a
Yeah.
sword, for a magic sword forged by midgets. So,
Yeah, Topaz Dude says he in this one in The Witch he seems to want the supernatural to have a very set rules and limits. I wouldn't say that about The Witch, actually, because the what the witches can and can't do is actually rather ambiguous, and they're very chaotic and shape shifting, and like there's certain symbolic rules about like having to sign the book and things of that nature, but in terms of like what the supernatural is capable of, that's rather left open. It doesn't feel rigid and
yeah,
like this. I wouldn't say that it feels too rigid. It feels like it was a certain kind of magic that you could read a different way if you wanted to, but the story is presenting it as if it's just real, like the
yeah,
visions he's having and the information he's getting from them. And then he takes this scene and he's like, ah, this is kind of too overtly magical. Let's undercut it by showing you like maybe what actually happened instead. But he doesn't do that with the scene with Bjork. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't do that with the scene of the He Witch where we like cut to a shot of him just alone in a cave with his pupils dilated. You know what I mean? Like you could ruin those scenes by doing this too if you wanted to, but he
yeah.
doesn't.
The other interesting thing too is that like once we like immediately after this, because he's gonna go back to the farm, right? And
Mm.
he sees Fjolnir coming out of like basically of drinking with his boys, right?
Yeah.
And he goes to kill him, but the rooster starts crowing, and he can't pull the sword out of the sheath when he goes to do it, right?
Yeah.
So there's not really a good explanation for that other than magic, because like
Exactly.
yeah,
Yes. I forgot about the that's why he can't pull it out. I for whatever reason I had it in my head that he was just like hesitating to. But no, he can't pull it out because the rooster crowed and technically it's morning now.
yeah,
And that's magical rules if I've like I mean like that's magic. That's not, you know, there's no other explanation for that. And so it's like okay, the rule for this sword is it has to be like that's a magical set of rules and so there's no other explanation for it. There's no like materialist explanation for why that happens. So you're already committing to magic so many other places in the story, even if it's subtle. But like there's a, I don't know, it feels like an insecurity almost in this
yeah,
moment. It just doesn't add anything. It only takes away. Not a fan. Not a fan. And especially because it's a cool fight scene.
yeah.
And so going, ah, that cool fight scene you liked, that didn't happen maybe. What, why would I like that?
Yeah,
Why would I like to think the cool scene I just watched didn't happen?
yeah.
You know,
Yeah, and that's like my biggest complaint with the movie. Really, is that moment there.
yeah,
Undercutting that moment really kind
it's
of
that and when they just let Amleth get away for no good
yeah.
reason. Those
Those
are
are the
like
two
the
big
two
ones.
biggest sins. And that's those two sins are greater than anything in The Witch for me.
Yeah,
So that's why for me it's number 3.
that's fair. I like
There's a lot to like
I
about
like
it.
all the
So
cool Viking shit though.
yeah, you like all the cool Viking shit. Understandable. There's a lot of that. So he gets the sword. And then, as we mentioned already, he comes back to camp. It's night. It's it's like right before dawn essentially, and he Fjolnir's out with his boys. He goes to try and kill him. There's a brief moment where a dog sees him like lying in wait, and he starts barking at him, and so he growls at the he growls at the dog to get it to. His growl is so intimidating. The dog's like, oh, okay, fuck, I'll stay away from you.
Jesus,
That's
chill, dude.
still that's a fun moment. And then, yes, he can't unsheath the sword because the cock has crowed and it's now morning. And so he's like, and so that scene fizzles out. He doesn't kill him at that moment. As he's putting the sword away, he hides it in the sort of like sod on the roof
Yeah, the
of the house.
thatching or whatever.
Yeah. Um, Actually, before we get to that, Fjolnir's like, hey, go get me Olga. You know the
Yeah,
like
yeah. Go
affect
get
her.
me
You
the
know the
hot
one.
slave.
And then she wakes, and then the maiden or this other slave wakes her up, and he says, "Get to your feet." And then he says, "The hair of a Valkyrie on a savage Slav bitch." Oof.
Based.
That's not very nice. And then she like lifts up her clothes or dress, whatever you want to call it, and it's kind of hard to see in the darkness, but it becomes clear what's happening. He's like, "A little blood," and then she like, "Oh
She like
yeah," like
smears it
rubs
on
her
her hand
hand
and
in it, smears.
slaps him with it.
Yeah, and then he calls her an unclean whore, and then kind of throws her back into where she was sleeping, and then he tells the other slave, "You will correct her, or you'll both be dead in the ground." I like that scene. I think that's a good scene. I like Olga's like refusal. You know what I mean? Like she's
Yeah.
stubborn and like that's an interesting little scene. Like her first attempt to be like, "You don't want to do this right now. I'm on my period." And he's like, "Oh, I don't mind a little blood." And she's like, "Oh yeah," and like rubs it in his face. It's like Jesus Christ, lady, you gotta get yourself killed doing that.
Yeah, it's I
It's a
like
cool.
it. I like it. She's got pep. She, she's
He's got a little, yeah,
there's some spice in there, you know.
yeah. I like that
Little,
scene,
yeah.
and I like immediately what follows it. He's on the roof now, and he's putting the sword away, and he says, "Thank the Norns that this woman's tide is the only blood that runs in your house tonight, coward." Like, oh, what a line! It's so good. I love that. I love the way he says it
Yeah.
too. Oh man, that's great. He says, "I am a fool. I was foretold that I would slay my father's killer in a burning lake. Till that day comes, I will torment the man who made my life a hell. Now sleep well, Nightblade. Yes, we thirst for vengeance, but we cannot escape our fate." So I guess he is sort of echoing though, like it's weird because he's saying we can't escape our fate, but then he was like, "Oh man, silly me, I almost ruined everything
Yeah.
by escaping our fate." It's like, oh, I don't know. It's just
I
it's
that's the
interesting.
part that I don't mind. You know, that's
Yeah,
that's the like the back and forth that I'm okay with. You know,
yeah.
like
I can see someone believing it like that. Kind of ping-ponging back and forth between the like everything is sort of set and predetermined, you can't escape it, and like you have the ability to choose to fulfill it or not. Because it's a weird contradiction, I can see sort of like living in that contradiction.
yeah.
Um, so now is it time for the feast and the game of sport? I
I
think it is.
I think it is. Yeah, I think we're at the sporting event where Gunnar is about to get fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah. So they gather all the slaves. They travel somewhere, not
Oh
terribly
yeah, because
far,
they're
but they
drinking and talking about how our team's gonna be the best team.
yeah, they
Yeah.
travel somewhere else on the island to play this game and have this big celebration of feasting and drinking and all that sort of stuff. And so they play this game that is kind of like uh field hockey meets actual warfare.
Yeah,
Like,
hockey or like yeah. So basically, there's a ball, and you gotta like you've got to get the ball. You pass it to each other, and then you hit it onto a post. But also, it seems like it's just like free
you
game to
use
just beat the shit out of each other and like knock.
yes.
So like if one
And no,
team's dead, like or at the very least concussed so bad they can't keep playing,
yeah,
like
I
you
guess you just win.
win, I suppose. So the other
Yeah.
team has the literal mountain, you know, half Thor Bjornsson as their
Yeah.
center, and we've got like at the last minute they recruit Skarsgård to play on their team because they're like, oh, do you know
Yeah.
how to fight? Otherwise, they were just gonna field a bunch of like scrawny little Slavs against this guy.
Yeah.
It was
So
gonna
they're
be a
fighting
bloodbath.
yeah, they're basically fighting their slaves against each other, and they are unmatched except for um um Amleth. And so I quite like that Amleth like he doesn't know how to play the game, it appears, or he's
Yeah, he has
pretending not
no.
to.
Well, he asks the one slave up there. He's like, "What are we doing again?" And he
Yeah.
goes, "What? You've
And then
never
he
played it? God help us!" And he crosses
yeah,
himself.
yeah. And then he has to like figure it out as he goes, and he's like learning like, oh, okay, this is pretty brutal, and okay, that's what we're doing. And then he kind of goes Viking mode, and there's some echoes of the raid scene in the way he moves about on the field for this game. It's kind of fun. It's brutal. It does make you wonder like Are there like no rules to this game? I guess you can just like what if they just start the game and just run at each other with the sticks and beat each other to death?
Yeah,
Like
that's
and then they just throw the ball at the post for the rest of the game? Like how does this work exactly?
I have no idea. But yeah, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's a fun scene.
I like throwing in a little sports drama. Got a couple of rounds. Um, and Fjolnir's team ain't doing so hot through
No.
the first two rounds of the game. And then it gets down to just the Mountain and just Amleth fighting each other over the
Yep.
ball. And then Gunnar, fucking idiot that he is, runs out onto the field to, grab the ball and score a point for his team because he's
I
really
guess
into it.
I guess because that's the thing you can do. They don't seem to be very rules based.
Their only concern really is that the giant guy on the enemy team isn't gonna understand that he can't kill this kid.
He's not a
Like
slave.
that this is not a slave, and that this is not like he's not playing the game officially.
They sit the mountain down. And it's like now, Gunnar here is not a slave, so you can't be acting like can't be treating like a slave. You understand? He's like, you want I should treat him like a Viking? It's like, no, I didn't say that.
It's like because
That's not what I said.
like the kid picks up the ball and he just gets
Mhm.
up and like plows him over. Like that's
Yeah.
basically this
It's
guy
an-
has a one-track mind. Like
yeah.
there is no, he exists to play this game.
Yeah. And so he fucking wrecks Gunnar's shit. Gunnar's like incapacitated on the ground. The ball's right next to his head. And this guy's like, I'm gonna hit the ball right into his head. And he's about to like presumably kill the kid
Yeah,
until Amleth comes and defeats him.
by
And
headbutting
then
him many times in the face.
yes. And
Yeah,
killing him, one assumes.
yes. Now
And
it's kind of like this is one of those like it doesn't bother me really, but I once watched a video of that guy who Amleth headbutts to death. He was you ever done an incline bench press with dumbbells, Jamie?
yes.
This guy was doing that with a pair of dumbbells that weighed 200 pounds each.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. He did it for 12 reps. I like when Amleth gets on top of him and everything. I'm like, yeah, but he could push him off though. Like he's not that down and out. Like he's you don't weigh that
Listen,
much.
all
Bro.
right. In this, he hasn't done all the weightlifting and
Yes,
strongman competitions.
he's just a
in this.
big dude.
He's just a big dude.
Yes.
And also, I know it's a thing you can do, but like headbutting someone in the head over and over again, like, I,
It's
I
a
guess
little
it
it's a
shows.
little too movie. It's a little too
It's a
movie
little
like.
too movie. Yeah, thank you. That's sort of how I felt about it. Like, I
Yeah.
understand it's possible, but it also just seems really stupid.
I wish that they had come up with a better way of
I
that.
mean,
Like
he starts off just punching him in the face over and over again.
he has a stick too. Like he could have like stuck it
Yeah.
in his mouth or something and like stomped on it or whatever.
Yeah, there are things you can do for
Yeah.
sure. But anyway, the point of the scene, however, like mediocrely executed, is that he saves young Gunnar, and they're like, "Oh wow, you were impressive and
He
brave
lives to
today.
goon another day.
He lives to goon another day." And as a result, Amleth, you get slightly more privileges now. And what does he tell him? He says,
Look me in the eye, slave, is what he says, which is
oh,
yeah, it's
very
kind of
funny.
funny. And then
Hold on.
he tells him like you will command others' burdens, your burden will be less, and we'll even let you
Okay,
take a
yeah.
wife.
Yeah, exactly. You showed yourself brave and loyal. When we return to the farm, certain privileges will be granted you. Your work will be less burdensome. You will command others' burden. And Beowulf, as a reward for winning us the game, I'll let you choose a woman for yourself. Even that Slav bitch I've seen you eyeing. Father's found her too unyielding. But then, of course, he adds, "But no, we will never make you a free man. The stench of a lowborn slave cannot escape him." And he says, "Yes, thank you." And that is the new situation for him.
Yes, and he's in a little bit of a a fugue state at this point. Maybe because he chose to headbutt the guy to death. That might have something to do with it.
It might have dazed him a bit.
Might have
Yeah.
dazed him a little bit, but you could also see thematically that he knows that this is kid Gunnar is his half brother, right? And
Yes.
so like there is something about like the love for his family seeping into him here,
Oh
right?
yeah,
And you kind of see
he
it.
doesn't want to kill Gunnar. That becomes quite clear later.
Yeah,
Yeah, when he does.
when he does kill
But
Gunnar.
he does not want to do that. Um, so then we get the scene of him having sex with Olga. Nice.
Yeah,
Um, after
a
they're
lot
lying
of
about,
a lot of Slavs having sex in the woods, you know,
right,
singing
yeah, they're doing their little
pagan
pagan,
horseshit. Yeah.
yeah, pagan bullshit. A lot of pagan bullshit in this movie. Um, Olga is speaking Old Slavic, according to this transcript. She says, "Mother Soil, hear your daughter's prayer. Show me the way to destroy our enslavers and free my love from his fire and sorrow." And they start talking in English. He said, What do you do?" He says, "Here where the threads of fate have bound us together, embraced beneath the trees. Here I speak with the earth. What does she tell you? How to reach your mother? My earth magic will stoke the flames of your sword. Tomorrow night, you and I will begin this nightmare and bring Fjolnir's life to chaos." So,
And he reveals that he has some mushrooms, some death cap
yep,
mushrooms, some big ol' fucking mushrooms.
yep. And so they spike the food with mushrooms, the stew that everyone will be consuming, and everyone starts tripping out and losing their minds. The most cartoony part of this, my least favorite part, is the guy who we pan across who has just decided to stab himself in the eyes repeatedly.
Oh, in the
It's
neck,
like,
yeah, where he's
or
stabbing his yeah.
I thought it was the eyes, but maybe it was the neck. Either way, he's just like killing himself instantly. I'm like, oh,
Maybe
I
he's
guess it,
allergic to mushrooms. He's trying to do that thing where you like poke a hole in your throat.
I don't think that's what was happening, but I guess it's a plausible theory.
It's fucked up. I like it though. I mean like it is cartoony, but I like that he's like freaking out so bad that he stabs himself a bunch of times. Just like it's brutal, man. I think it's kind of cool.
Mm. Um,
It starts to move kind of.
actually we skipped ahead a little bit because things start to ramp up quickly. The first thing they do is not actually
Oh no,
spike
right. No,
stew.
because he kills the two dudes taking a piss. Yeah.
Yes.
He
And then
kills the kids he arranges their corpses like a horse on the side of the barn, and we get to see Cucklord freaking out about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty brutal. And
And we
and
get
then
one of
he's
my
like,
favorite lines in the whole
"Go
movie,
for it."
where the noseless guy goes like, "How do we know it wasn't the Christians? Their god is a corpse nailed to a tree." It's
Yeah.
really funny.
And then of course, but then there's a village elder lady. I can't remember her if she has a name, but she walks up to the like uh sculpture of corpses made into a horse, and she's like, "No, this is an otherworldly spirit. Like this is not, like this is something more intense than that, and the spirit will ride again." And so
Yes.
I quite like that idea, that like the idea being that like this is the spirit of vengeance itself, like this, like more than it is just one guy. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah.
there's something cool about that.
Although she does call it a she spirit at one point, black she spirit.
Mm,
Actually, like, cause she says like we're gonna prepare a ritual, we're gonna solve this problem, you know, and so she goes to sacrifice a slave. And she says like black she spirit, leave this farm, like accept this offering, be sated, and leave this farm. And then he comes in, fucks a couple other people up, and frees the slave from the altar. And then Freyr comes in and sees the person like hanging upside down, disemboweled. Ah, God, it's it's pretty great. And then
mm,
Nicole Kidman's character says something. Oh, right. She says it seems the spirits have chosen, or Freyr has chosen his own sacrifice, and um, Fjolnir goes, "This is not the work of my god,"
yeah,
which is the hint that he's starting to suspect something else is up here.
yeah. Let us hope his hunger has been sated. This is not the work of my. Oh yeah, that's what you just said. And he says, "This is trollish sorcery," which is a fun way of saying it. Fjolnir says, "Tonight you will be armed to defend the farm. This is also your home." So he's arming up the slaves to help like keep watch at night. And of course, the pathetic son is like, "How can we trust them to protect us?" It's like your father does not want an uprising by emboldened slaves. And then this is when we get to the scene where
Yes, where they spike the stew
they
with
say
a
black dreams
literal
arise.
lamb's head, which is pretty nice touch. Which is what he
Yeah,
noseless is eating in the pot.
yeah. And then so everyone starts going crazy and losing their minds. And then
And
um
he's using it as a distraction to get in to talk to his mom.
yes.
Yeah,
Well, he gets in there and
I guess
then
he's there to kill Yon.
yeah, and whichever comes first, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
and this is where we get the Lady Macbeth reveal. You know.
yes, hold
Yeah,
on. Okay, so gets in there and then like he's laying in wait in her chambers. She like comes in and she's like taking off her like jewelry and stuff like that, and then he pulls out the sword and like lays it on her shoulder at her neck, and she says, "Your sword is long." He says, "Stop your jest. I am your son." So there's a weird incest thing like that there's like little notes of. There's one especially at the end of this, but that seems like a small nod to that as well. And then she says, Amleth, and he says, "You live still?" And he says, "A life of death, yet I swore to survive till this moment. Tomorrow I shall finish my deeds in honor. Only then will I discover whether living is to my liking." Ugh, another great line. I love that. That's
yeah.
that's so great. He's like, I'm so committed to this that like like once it's done, we'll decide whether I even want to live anymore. He says, "You are your mother's son and my father's. I am come to avenge King Arvandil, to choke my traitorous uncle in his death blood, and to free you." And she says, "I see you have inherited your father's simpleness." And he goes, "Huh?" And
He makes a Tim Allen noise.
yes, "This is not going how I planned." And she says, "I never mourned him." And he's like, "You were his queen." And she sighs. He's like, "Your father endured me because I bore him a son. No, his affections were only for silver and for rutting his whores. I know not if he had heart enough to love you." So she's not thrilled with Amleth, and she's really laying into him. And I think like the some of this what she's gonna say might be true.
Some of it, sure, yeah.
Some of it. The part that's definitely not true is that like I don't even know if he had heart enough to love you. I mean, unless we assume what we saw in the beginning actually it didn't happen, which I don't think there's any good reason to assume that. Like he definitely does.
Yeah,
Like that's made pretty clear from the beginning, but she's like using how long it's been against him to sort of plant these ideas in his head. Um she adds, "He was a coward feigning to be a king. He was nothing. He was just another proud, lust-stained slaver." He doesn't like that very much. He says, "Hold your tongue." But she continues, he says, "You spit in the face of your dead husband." And she says, "Oh, but his brother, his fine brother. A bastard has no shame of himself, nor his trade. Your uncle loved me, though he knew well my past." And he's like, "What?" He says, "Amleth, even now you believe the fairy tale I told you is true. A noble bride hailing from the land of Brittany. I never began as his bride. How easily we all become princesses again when the beasts take us for their wives." Another great line.
yeah,
But, and yes, "You were forced upon your mother. Gunnar, I should say, was received freely with love." So this is not going as he planned, to say the very least.
yeah,
What is rather simplistic. I mean, even if we assume that none of this is true, this is what he thought of his mother is certainly
yes, yeah.
uh,
His his
being
his preconceived notions uh being
yeah
challenged a little bit here, you could say. His
Bailey does
expectations
this
have
is
been subverted.
Bailey does this is not how this was supposed to go. Yeah, exactly. He's Paul Dano from the Batman. Um, so that's an interesting choice to have it be, at least according to her, if it's true, that she was a slave made into his wife, and that Amleth was not chosen. He's the product of rape. That's an interesting reveal. Definitely complicates things for him.
That I would believe.
I can believe that.
That part I would believe. It's
That's,
the
that
only
part
part that I
feels
have trouble
true.
believing is like that I feel like is her, throwing everything at the wall is
Yes.
the part where she says like I don't even know if he loved you.
Yes. That
Yeah,
just seems like cruelty.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, she continues, and you know this. It was I who begged on my knees for Fjolnir to kill King Orvandil. I pressed my lips upon his strong, sweet hand. I kissed and I begged. So this day would never come. Fjolnir ordered your death along with your own mother's blessing. Ouch.
Oof.
That's no bueno. I will say for the problems one might have believing that Nicole Kidman belongs in this time with all the plastic surgery she's had. She's amazing in this scene.
Yes.
It's like, oh, his mother is like a total psychopath. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it gets even worse too.
It gets
It
worse.
gets
Oh
even
yeah,
worse.
it gets so much worse. In fact, but I saw it. I saw Fjolnir carrying you away, screaming. Is how he responds, and she's like, screaming. I was laughing. He says, lies. It's not true. Now that you are here, what do we do?
That's impossible.
I should kill you and all that is dear to you, he says. And she's like, oh, but you love me. A son loves his mother, and a mother loves her son. Like, you don't love him, clearly. Obviously.
No, but like then she's about
Obviously.
obviously, but she's about to
But,
pull her
and
trump card.
yeah, this is, I guess, her MO. This is how she operates. And you saved your brother's life. And says, you love. None but me knows who you are. And you are so hot for revenge, child born of savagery. If you kill Fjolnir, if you kill Thorir, and if you are so untamed as to kill my Gunnar, you would be my new king, Amleth, and together we will rule. And then she kisses him on the mouth.
And he kisses her back a little bit.
A
Let's
little
a
bit
little
for a
bit.
little longer than you'd want him to.
Yeah. A little bit longer. He's like,
And then he
and
pulls
he
away.
talks about it in the commentary. He's just like, I really like the choice that Alex made here, just sort of because he's so fucked up that he's like longing for maternal affection in any way
Yeah.
that he
Uh-huh.
goes along with this because he's like, well,
For that like moment, yeah.
maybe, no, wait a minute. So yeah, she's fucking crazy, and yeah, we're gonna find out too. So Wasserman says like telling all this to an armed man is a choice.
Yes.
Honor thing for Vikings, they didn't like to kill women, so that's like it's a risk for her,
It's a risk.
but a
I think
calculated risk, you know.
yes. And then the like weird love bombing that happens at the end is another like,
Yes.
what would you weigh? What would you say? Like emotional abusive choice. You know what I mean? It's like she can sort of lord this over him because she knows, like, obviously he loves her enough to be here after all
Yeah.
these years. You know what I mean? So she has power over him to a degree. But he eventually he decides, I should probably stop kissing her like this. He says, "Bitch, your taste and your mind reek of your foul father. You should have joined him in death. Is your words are poison." And she says, "I am your death." And she like cackles at him and yells, "Die," as he leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's pretty God, she's fucking good, man. She's
But then,
really evil.
yeah,
And as he's leaving, his rage is bubbling over and he finds Thorir,
or the pathetic one, yeah.
Thorir the soy boy, sleeping on his bed, and he fucking murders him.
So he stabs him through the bed, and I like the way the camera follows the sword through.
Yeah.
Like we see him lying, the sword comes down, and we pass right by his body to go through where the sword goes all the way to the ground. That's a great shot. It's good stuff.
Ah, God.
He meets up with Olga again,
And he debriefs her a little bit on what's going on.
yeah, Like, where's your mother? Tell me where. And she's like, she's as evil as Fjolnir. I will destroy him and all that she loved. I will become a hailstorm of iron and steel. I will have my vengeance. So, to the point about not killing her, he doesn't kill her. He doesn't even want to. He's like,
He says,
no,
I would
well,
never kill a woman or something like that in this scene. Like
does he say that?
yeah, he says something about that.
Oh, okay, it's coming up. Yeah. Um, then what? She asks what we do now. He says, I must take to the hills. My mother discovered who I am. Soon everyone will. She's like, I'll go with you. He says, no, they cannot know you're a part of this. Come morning, they will hunt for me. And then he's like, He's like, why? Did you kill her? He says, no, I would not kill a woman, not even her. Thorir met his end by my fury. He's like, well, good riddance. Tomorrow
Yeah.
night you will return and kill Fjolnir. And he says, if the norms of fate allow it, the Norns of fate allow it. Whatever
Yes.
happens
Now,
tomorrow, be ready to
I
run.
do have a small problem with this part as well, right? Where he says, I have to go to the hills." She goes, "Well, let me come with you." And he goes, "No, no, no, wait, they can't know you're involved with this. They know you're interested in her. Like,
Yeah,
they know
that's
you're like that's a problem. Like, a little
yes.
bit.
There's a couple
You're
things
not
that
thinking here, Amleth.
yeah, this is a problem, and he's only saved by the fact that Nicole Kidman is rather stupid in a coming
Yes,
scene. Yes, but like they know that this is your wife or this is your woman at least. Um, they know that you're involved and that you're the one doing all this. They could kill her or hold her hostage to sort of disarm you.
they're
They're
going to do that. Like they're
yeah,
gonna hold a knife to her throat, and you're gonna have to come back early to
to
save her.
save. Yeah, and
Like,
so that's a dumb choice. You're right. I didn't think about that, but that is a pretty dumb choice.
yeah,
And there's another dumb choice coming up. So the next morning, they just they discover that Thorir is dead, but not just that he's dead, that his
his
heart
heart.
has been stolen.
Yes.
And he's like, his heart, it's taken his heart. What evil is this? What evil eats the hearts of brave young men?
Yeah. Okay. A little
But
Delulu, but that's fine. Brave
you know,
young man.
yeah,
Maybe. I
exactly.
mean, confident for something for some reason.
He was not brave. No, no. So but then Nicole Kidman is like, behave, be a man in front of your inferiors because he's sobbing at the death of his son. He says, there is no evil spirit here. I told you. It is my cursed son, Amleth. We rid ourselves of him as a boy. You must believe me, he is here. The progeny of Arvandil lives still. I fear he was led here by the raven spirit of your dead brother. So, here's the thing. Let me finish this and then I'll explain the big problem with this. He says, it's not possible. Think. And he says, he's killed your men. He has murdered your eldest son, and he will not rest until you lie cold in the ground, and our own Gunnar lies slain beside you. It is Amleth. No god can help you with this task. You must discover my son and kill him with your own hands. Let my words be the whetstone to your biting rage, for the mischief of last night was not the work of one man. Find the slaves who ally with him. Find them. Okay. So, Hugh, can you guess what the big problem with this is for me?
Um.
If
Well,
not, I'll just tell you.
that
It's
she
okay.
is it that she doesn't immediately guess that maybe his wife that they knew about was allied with him.
No, well, there's that perhaps. Yeah, she should immediately guess.
She figures some slaves must be allied.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe you could say like there's no way he could have done this as one man. He must have had help from some of the other men. So like maybe there's
maybe.
something there. Maybe. But the big problem for me is she doesn't say Amleth is the slave guy, the big one. Because like for all
Oh,
he knows, he could just think this is someone he hasn't seen yet, who just like arrived and
oh,
has started wreaking havoc.
I didn't even really put that. I just assumed she probably would have told him that. Like, and
Well, but this is
but
the
wait,
scene
but
where it
yeah,
comes
she
up.
because he's like, no, it's not possible. She's just like, no,
Yes,
no, no, I swear to God.
like mention that part.
Yeah, he's the big
He's like,
one. That
yeah,
was
because he's
him.
like, no, that's not possible. He's dead. Like, no, this is definitely some evil spirit. It's like, nah, it's that guy. You know the guy I'm talking about, the guy who's not here right now. It's him. Like, there's
Yeah, that's interesting. Like
she's
well,
trying to
yeah,
convince him. that Amleth lives and did all this, and that it wasn't just like evil gods, whatever, working magic evil on them. And then she doesn't mention like, okay, she mentions it's the son of Orvandil, it's Amleth, and he's like, we killed him. It's like, nah, he's
No, he
here.
was literally here. He was like, you promoted him.
Say say which one he is, so like it's concrete. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, because you should be like, it was him. You know, the one who's suspiciously gone right now. It's him. Like I don't know. Like it's so strange to me because that's kind of
Yeah,
dumb, but
yeah, that's
ultimately
fair.
kind of inconsequential. In the same way, his dumb decision to leave. Well, no, the dumb decision to leave Olga is not inconsequential, but like it's so strange. So then they're with the slaves, and they're
They
like
got him
on their
lined
knees.
up, and he's like
Yeah,
walking
he
through,
kills
and
the first one,
he
and,
cuts the
and
throats of a couple on his way down the line. You know?
but I love he kills the first one, and then before he kills anyone else, he says, "I know not or care not if that slave aided in the death of my son, but this is the end you will all meet if you speak not what you know." I'm like, ooh, that's pretty brutal. I like that.
Yeah,
And I like it when he's like tough and formidable and like understandable as a character. So like when he makes dumb decisions or people make dumb decisions, it kind of lessens that because he is kind of a formidable guy, Mjolnir. You know what I mean? He's not dumb,
yeah. I think
really.
that's the thing that I like about him the most
Yes.
is that he is an actual worthwhile enemy for Amleth to fight.
Sure.
He's not a stupid guy, and
Yeah.
he's clearly pretty strong and a pretty good fighter. We'll see that later on.
Yes, and also like from his perspective, obviously he killed his brother, but from his perspective, his brother sucked and he actually did love this queen, and so he tried to like take over for himself and it failed obviously, but now he's living here with his family or whatever, and this guy comes and just starts terrorizing him, killing all his kids. You know what I mean? Like it's you can
Yeah,
understand his perspective a bit too.
yeah, exactly. But yeah, so he gets down to Olga in the line of slaves, and
Mhm.
she hits him with a pretty good line. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he puts the knife to her neck and starts to cut. And she says, what does she say, Hugh?
She says, "I see you're no longer afraid of a woman's blood," and then she starts like laughing in his face, which is pretty fucking
Yeah,
good, dude.
she's pretty fearless, man. She's a force. And he's like, of course it's you. And then Amleth shows up just in time, thankfully, because
Yeah,
he
thank God, because he
maybe
went.
he was like laying like he was like sleeping in a cave or something, being like, you know what, that was probably pretty stupid of me. So he comes back and just so happens to be right at the moment where she would have been killed. So that's rather convenient. Um, He yells out, Fjolnir, let her alone. I offer you your son's heart in exchange for her life. And then here's his big moment where he yells very intimidatingly, I am Amleth the Bear Wolf, son of King Arvandil War Raven, and I am his vengeance.
Fucking love it.
Like,
I
fuck yeah, dude, go get him. And so he runs down and he's besting the sort of
when
underling.
his mom yells up, "Kill him!" Like a classic movie villain,
Yes.
which I also kind of love. And then they come at him, and he's
He
kicking
takes
their
on a few
asses
of them.
with
Then he's
like.
just, go
I
ahead.
also love that he's not pulling the sword out, right? So he's like fighting them with a sheathed sword and kind of getting the better of them for the
Yeah, it's like
most
a
part.
taunting power thing. It all, but I mean, also he can't unsheath it because of
Yeah,
daytime.
yeah, yeah. Nah,
But it
that's
is
yeah.
impressive. You know, it's like he's like it's like doesn't even need the sword in a sense. But then he is distracted by Olga escaping. She
Yes,
manages to escape, and then he gets ganged up on, and then they capture him. They
yes.
bring him right in front of Fjolnir. At which point Fjolnir says, "In the end, you're just like your father. Evil begets evil. How do I know it's your son's heart?" And then he says, how do you know it's your son's heart and not the heart of a rabid dog killed 2 nights ago? So he takes the heart from him and he's like, oh yeah, how do you even know that's your son's heart? You got a lot of hearts, buddy. And he says, where is it? And he's like, you cannot kill me. Even if you were to strike me with your
Yeah,
sword, it would
this is when
not
he's beating
bite.
him up in the barn. Like we cut from
Oh,
that
right,
to
right, right.
him like
Yes.
lashed up,
Torturing him, essentially.
yeah,
Yep.
beating
And
the shit
he's,
out of him.
yeah,
And
even, go ahead.
when he's saying all this, like, which is another, this is another part with the fate element of the movie that I really like, where he's like he's convinced that he's not gonna die here. right? Like
Yes.
he's everything should show him that he is in insane danger. Like he's about to be murdered. But
Yeah.
he keeps saying, like, even if you tried to strike me with your sword, it would bounce off as if, like,
It would
harm.
not bite.
It would
Yeah.
not bite, because the Norns of Fate have decreed. And so then he says something about, like, I'll come back later and we'll cut your heart out and eat it. Your mother and I will eat it. And then Noseless tries to take the sword out of the sheath and also can't do it. So the
Yeah.
magic is real. Um,
Yes. It's
not
not in
just
his
in
head.
Amleth's imagination.
No. And
Um,
so
yeah,
later in a sort of dream state or whatever, he is freed by ravens who like cut his binds and free him. And then he has this vision of being carried by a Valkyrie across the countryside, only to eventually wake up and realize he was presumably saved and freed by Olga,
maybe.
something along that.
Well, we have the funeral scene too. The funeral scene in between
Oh
this
yeah.
because he's freed by the ravens, and then we have again another one that's like it opens kind of humorously where the girl's head bounces up. And she says, I see my father and mother, and it goes down. Then she comes back up. She comes back up, and I see, I can't remember all the lines. Like she sees people, and she's going
I
through
see
the.
my father and mother. I see my dead kindred. I see my
There we
master
go.
in Freya's hall. He calls me to him.
Yeah, there we go. All right. So they're up like up and down, and then they start going through the motion of the ritual sacrifice, and this is also based a little more loosely on the Arab account of a Viking funeral because he did witness one in the Eastern Rus Vikings. The
Yeah.
main thing that they don't do from that account in this movie, which I think is a good choice, is that's the slave would have been ritually gang raped by all of her husband's retainers or all of her master's retainers and like war party, basically before being burned alive on a boat with him. So
Yikes.
yeah, kind of fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's
Um,
brutal enough. I don't know if we need to add that
yeah,
in
we're.
at
I
this.
think we're good. I think it was a good choice not to do that,
Yeah.
Mr. Eggers. Appreciate. But yeah, they do that. They sacrifice a horse, and then we see him wave the
Wait a
rally towel with his cheeks clapping in the wind.
Then he says, "Tonight our mourning for Thorir ends. May the neck ale of this swift steed hasten you to the highest tree of the battle weavers, brother." And then he remains like he repeats himself a couple times like our hour of grief has passed, the time of wrath kindled revenge is upon us. And so
Yes.
thus concludes the the funeral. Now it's time for revenge. So then we have a scene in like a hot spring where he has recovered a bit from his wounds and his injuries after being tortured. He's like, "Is this not Valhalla?" And he's like, "I didn't carry you that far. I'm not a Valkyrie. Your dreams of your afterlife must wait. Besides, I'm not done with you yet. My fate brought me to Iceland to carry out my pledge of vengeance," he says, "but my fate did not ready me for finding you. I thought I must always shield my heart in stone. I could not think I would open it to a Northman," she says. So this is probably one of the I like this bit a lot. These couple scenes in a row here, where they're sort of bonding a bit, and you actually like can tell that there's like some legitimate love there. It's quite interesting. And I like this tension between like wanting to continue with this revenge, especially after learning all the complicating factors about who his mother is and who his father might have been, like whether he still wants to be going through with revenge when he has this possibility that like the first actual possibility at like an actual life outside of revenge and war, or I mean at least outside of revenge that he's had in his entire life, and he's kind of torn between his sort of duty to fate itself and what seems like maybe a potential life. And so that will culminate ultimately with the scene on the boat, but we're not quite there yet. Um, they talk about how he sacrificed himself so that Olga could flee, and that she came back for him. I've never felt this close to another person, not since I was a child. All that sort of stuff. There's a nice line where she says, "I curse your mother's evil," and he says, "She murdered my past." That's an interesting line. You know what I mean? Like that she
Yeah.
just destroyed all that he sort of had of like happiness in an ideal, you know, like an ideal that he had in his life that she utterly destroyed. Could it not be that your Norns of fate have spun another thread for you to follow? And I like that he asks her, "What do your Earth gods tell you?" Because he's not sure, and
Yeah.
he's been told to listen to the magic and the ways of women, and so and then she's like, "Well, they've told me that wherever I go, I must take you with me." Says, "I have kinsmen in Orkney." Where's Orkney? Do you know?
That is the northernmost part of Scotland.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. He
A
says
lot
we
of
could find.
Viking era or Viking culture actually made its way over there because it's closer to Norway than it is to London. So
Gotcha.
it's like a good stopping, like a pit stop point.
Sure.
There's not much out there.
Well, he says, "I have kinsmen there. We could find safe passage there together." She says, "Yet I cannot truly believe that you have extinguished your fire for vengeance." He says, "Hate is all I have known, but I wish I could be free of it." He says, "That's for you to choose. Let us find our future." So like this is very much the conflict between fate and deciding your own future, your finding your own way in life, right?
Yes.
As Nani Business says, it's a very unique romance and it's extremely sincere. Yes, I quite like that about it. I mean, it's obviously tempered by the harsh realities that they're both living in, but they seem to rather sincerely and genuinely like have those feelings for each other. And it's not overtly, it's not romantic in the modern sense, but it's how would you say, it's like about as romantic as this could be, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
given all the circumstances. And so it's really nice. It's a really nice um other flavor to have in this story that's just so brutal and gritty and dark in every other respect. Like that there's that genuine, because he finally finds his mother and his mother's this like horrible evil psychopath, right? And so that there's some bit of like genuine, sincere, like loving humanity in there in the story is really nice because without it this movie would be even harder to get through than it already is, you know.
Agreed. Yeah.
So then they get on the ship, and this is where they run into the dad from The Witch, who I
Yes.
guess.
Well, the mom from The Witch has been in the movie also. We forgot to mention she's the head maid, the head of the yeah, the head maid of the slaves.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a small part. I didn't.
She had a bigger part apparently in earlier drafts, but they had to cut a lot of her stuff because he had a contractual obligation to deliver a certain length of movie. So,
Oh,
yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Okay. So when they come in, like, hey, fetch the hot one. That's who they're talking to.
Yeah.
Okay. It's funny. It's the movie's so dark. I didn't even notice. Like, I was like, oh, I didn't know I was supposed to know who that was or recognize. Like, she gets very little screen time, if
Very
any.
little. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe about as much as Ralph Innocent, honestly.
Yeah. Well, at least Ralph Ineson, he gets a scene during the daytime, and he gets to have
Yeah.
his awesome deep voice and say things.
I think she's in one daytime scene. She's like spooning gruel out to the rest of the slaves.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I thought I didn't see her,
Yeah.
but at least it's nice that he's bringing them along. He's like, "Welcome, seafarers. This deck of wooden saddle beasts will be the only ground you tread for 21 days, if our luck spirits smile upon us." So they're getting ready to go, obviously, and they're like, they're pulling up the anchor, they're putting up the sails and all that sort of stuff, or playing. And so, like he notices a wound on her neck
Yes.
from all the trouble. He
From
says,
when
"Your wound."
from when he almost cut her throat because you left her
Yeah,
behind
right, right, right.
for
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
inane
because
reason.
you were kind of dumb there, Amleth, to be honest. He's like, "Your wound." And he says, it is nothing to what we have endured. She says, "I have forgotten it already." And he kind of like pulls whatever she has covering it up away, and he kisses the wound. And he has this vision of the tree, and now extending beyond his place in the great tree, he sees two children. And he's like, "Oh my God, you're preggers, and I can tell by kissing your neck." I don't know why that's just a fun detail. Like on the subject of magic, a lot of the magic in this movie is like visions and stuff like that that just happen to be true, and sort of extraordinary knowledge and things like that. Like that he kissed her neck and could tell she was pregnant. Like that's obviously not, that's a magical thing. That's a fairy tale, mythological type detail. It's a really nice detail. I like it. Kind of interesting the way it happens, and I like that it's a sort of echo of the moment he has during his little vision quest with his dad, where he touches his dad's wound, and that's where he first sees the tree. Obviously, we mentioned it before, but there's an obvious connection to like, oh, my blood is in you, kind of thing. It's nice. It's a blood test. Yeah, it's a paternity test. It's an old-fashioned paternity test. You just give a little kiss on the wound and go, "Oh my gosh, I'm the father. I knew it." Is she the one that gives the laundry to Amleth when he's carrying the pole? Um, Maybe I can't remember. Speaking as a huge romance fan, I find it far more engaging and meaningful than most modern takes on romance. Yeah, there's something very refreshing about it in this movie. They're like I cared a lot about these characters by the end, which is saying something considering how sort of like de- not detached, but there's a kind of like distance you get from some of the characters. Like Amleth, we don't get a lot of internal monologue. We get some as the movie goes on, but he's just kind of man for a while until he. So it's kind of surprising for a movie like this how much you end up caring about the romance of these characters. I think that's a testament to the writing and the acting, especially.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, I was joking. Someone said a blood test for like how we can tell that she's pregnant. It's like a paternity test. Like kisses her neck. That's how you know.
Yeah.
Um, so he's like, my family's blood. My blood is inside
A
you.
paternity
You are
test
the
and like a ultrasound because like, he detects twins too.
yes. He detects twins. One, yeah. My own blood is inside you. You are the well our dynasty will spring from. I think he says dynasty, actually. But I did not wish you to know until I could trust that our child would be safe, she says. And that's when there's this great musical cue that happens because there's this note that's being played, and then it kind of like descends down, something like a minor third. It just goes boom, and it's like, uh-oh, something changed. And you can see it in his face, and he's like, while Fjornir lives, our children will never be safe. Like there's that brief moment where he's like overjoyed at this, then he's like, "Uh-oh,
Oh shit. Yeah,
I
if he
can't."
but knew of this, he would hunt us,
Yes. If he but knew of this, he would hunt you with all the fire of the gods. It cannot wait. And she's like, "Stop this! Like there is now a living thread that binds us." And he says, "I was a fool. I wish to flee with you from my fate. My vision shows you will have two, and my sword will save them." And she's like, "No, you gotta come with us. You must." And he says, "It was prophesied that I must choose between kindness for my kin and hate for my enemies, and see what hope." And he says, "I choose both," which is a really interesting thing, I think, because obviously the guy says, like this is a callback to earlier when the he witch is like, "Oh, if you enjoy that, you'll enjoy having to decide between these two things." And then his ultimate decision in his mind is that he gets to do both by now his vengeance is protection of his future family. So he doesn't have to choose ultimately between kindness for his kin and hate for his enemies, which is interesting. Q, what do you make of it?
I like it. I like his solution here.
Yeah.
That
Is it weird to say that this feels like the absolute antithesis to the like, no, this is not how we win by killing what we hate, it's by saving what we love.
by saving what we love, we don't win by destroying what we hate. Yeah, no, I would say so. Yeah,
It
because
feels
like
like almost like the good version of that somehow, you
yeah,
know?
and the thing is like he could leave, right? But he believes that the Norns have destined that he must fight here, right? Like specifically
Yeah.
at the gates of hell, he has to go there, and so he has to go back. And I like I like the self-fulfilling prophecy thing for like in this instance. I like that like you're not sure how much to believe is like actual destiny and how much is just his belief in destiny
Yeah.
driving him there. That's that in this case it works a lot
Oh
better
yeah.
for me than like undermining the corpse fight. You know,
Yes,
this is
definitely.
where it really kind of like this scene I have no problems with. I think this works really well.
Oh yeah, I really like it.
Yeah. And then we get Anya Taylor Joy's like grief-ridden spell casting,
Oh,
which
it's so good.
I've
Let's
like
get the words because it's amazing. So, it says, "Take her to Orkney. In return for this ring, my kinsman will give you with ninefold its worth." And she's like, "No, no," screaming no, begging him to stop. He says, "You will be mother to a king. We cannot escape our fate." Then he jumps off. And then she's screaming and she's crying, and then she transitions into spell spinner mode, and she says, "Ride with me, daughters of the north wind. Carry me and mine to the shores of my children's forebears. There I'll grow you a forest of birch, fathomless branches to dance your tempest with, raptured by your most righteous breath."
yeah. Ah,
I don't know
man.
what to add to that, but except that that's great. I
Yeah.
love I love that that switch she makes where it's like this outpouring of her grief and frustration, but it's not a curse on him or anything like that. It's like calling on them to, because you might expect in that moment that she like curses him or something, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? But she doesn't. It's like, "I will grow you a forest of birch, fathomless branches to dance your tempest with, raptured by your most righteous breath." There's something like the like generations as numerous as the stars kind of thing. Like, I'll grow you a forest of birch, fathomless branches to,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? There's something nice about that. I quite like. So she's it's almost like a calling upon the gods to help her pledge her like to keep her end of the promise, for
Yeah.
his generations kind of thing. It's nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's really good. And then like and like when she throws her arms up and then the wind blows in the sail and I'm just like,
Yes.
"Oh god, that's fucking good."
Oh, it's a great shot.
And
I think
the
it shows
music
up.
there, like it's not particularly like it doesn't catch, right? It's not catchy, but it
Yeah, it's
really
strong.
it
Oh
really
yeah,
works.
I think the music serves the movie quite well. The criticism about how like none of it is especially catchy for me is like that's kind of low on the list of priorities.
Yeah.
But um yeah, the music, I think when it like really swells in certain scenes, it's very effective. It helps you immerse in the movie. It doesn't draw a lot of attention to itself the way like a John Williams theme might, you know?
Yeah.
It's funny because I just watched the first Harry Potter again last night, and so there's so many great musical themes in that, but they're like the "look at me, I'm a musical" theme type pieces of music. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
a good one.
endlessly catchy. Endlessly catchy, the music in that movie. So anyway, yeah, the music when it swells and the sails fill with the wind. That's another great moment. Like obviously that's writing that subtle line between like whether this word magic is real or not, or whether it's just a coincidence that right as she's calling the wind to take her, the wind comes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's nice. It's good. So now it is time for the final showdown.
Yes, he has to fuck up some more.
Yeah, yeah, to kill more of the people between him and Fjolnir. The most brutal of which is the guy with the stub nose. He captures
Yeah.
him, and he says, "The cub you once hunted ate of your nose. Now the wolf is grown, and he hungers for the rest."
Oh god,
And
and
then
it just
he
like
just
he
slides
just
the
slides it
sword
right through his
into its
face.
face. Ugh, it's brutal, man. Oh my god. How slowly it moves is definitely one of like the most striking part of that. It's like, ugh. Yeah, because if you just stab someone in the head with a sword, that's one thing. But to just slide it in like that, ugh.
Yeah. It's god, it's fucking good. Uh, yeah, and he's that's also a really fun tracking shot because we're watching the guy like try to hide from him like as we
Yes.
move through, which
Yeah.
also really fun. And then he goes into the room and yeah, there's a little bit of slow tension building, but he eventually needs to cut his mom down. She gets a good whack in on him.
Yeah, she slices him up a little bit. She's got some sort of knife or small sword, dagger type thing.
Yeah, but he kills her through the heart, and she says, "Through the heart, thank you," as she dies. And then Gunnar
Mhm.
jumps out of the closet and starts stabbing
Starts
him in the
stabbing
shoulder.
him, yeah, with like a little dagger. It's like, and then of course to
Very
stop him from
Tropic
doing
Thunder of
that,
him.
yeah, yes, I thought that too when I was watching it. And so he has to kill poor Gunnar. He doesn't want to, but he does. Sad. But I
And
mean, Gunnar's just trying to protect his mom.
yeah,
Understandable.
Gunnar's just gooning, man.
Yeah, he's just being a good little gooner. So another small detail that I like here is that before he gets to them, he finds the slaves and he says, "Take your freedom and do with it what you will."
Oh yeah, and the guy walks into this like before that happens, a guy walks in with his stomach sliced open and then all his entrails fall out onto the floor. Ah,
Yeah,
God.
he like falls into the fire and it like sends a bunch of ashes into the air and it like obscures Amleth standing in the doorway. Really cool stuff. And then he says, "Take your freedom and do with it what you will." I like that choice because he's like, "You're free now, but you're on your own.
Yeah.
Like I'm not fucking helping you." Um, So, and then, yes, he kills his mom through the heart, and she thanks him for doing it through the heart, which is interesting. I don't know if there's like a cultural idea or superstition happening there.
I would say
Or
probably. I mean, like the his
yeah,
dad freaks the fuck out when his son
yeah,
is
because he doesn't just kill him instantly because he's like, no, I need that heart back.
yeah.
So, like, I don't know if it's something about being intact to some degree for the journey to the afterlife, or whether the heart in particular is essential for that journey. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know enough about their beliefs to
That
read much into
I'm
that.
not
But they draw
100%
attention
sure
to it,
on,
which
but
is
yeah.
interesting, which makes me think. Someone said, "Jamie, what have you done uttering those notes to call down a strike?" WB just opened one eye. Listen, I am not a good enough singer for the copyright bots to strike me down for singing that. There's just no way. Um, so then there's a great shot where he looks up into the open doorway and he sees out in the hall, he sees Fjolnir just standing there looking at the dead bodies on the ground. And I quite like that he comes in and he's like, instead of like fighting right then and there, he says, "I will meet you at the gates of hell." He says, "At the gates of hell you will find me." He says, "And there you will die by the hand that killed your father." And then he just grabs the bodies and slowly walks out of the room. That's a really strong choice.
Yeah.
I really like that. And I also like for the narrative's sake, he's not the one. Amleth isn't the one that suggests the gates of hell. Like that's what what's
Yeah.
his name?
Fjolnir.
Fjolnir suggests. Like that's interesting to me in terms of fulfilling the prophecy that it comes about that way. I quite like. So yeah, he takes away the bodies and then is there anything else before? Oh yeah, he goes all the way. He's climbing up the volcanic mountain and he finds the dead bodies that he just killed, as well as a horse that he killed, presumably as part of that funereal sacrifice. Um, then there's some lines here, but I can't remember if it's like before or after they fight. Can't remember the exact order of events here. Help me out.
He just rides up to the foot of the
Right, and
mountain.
then he just gets attacked right away, right?
No, no, no. He finds the corpses of his mom and Gunnar.
I said that already.
Oh,
I mean,
so,
after that.
oh yeah, no. He says his lines and then he walks in. There's no lines anymore. Basically, they just scream and fight.
Okay, so it says, "Slain by iron, we shall all meet again in the stronghold of the All Father."
Yeah, he says.
Okay.
Yeah, he says that and kisses his fingers and like touches his mom's forehead and Gunnar's
Oh,
forehead.
right.
And then he goes in and then they fight and it's a fucking awesome fight scene, dude.
It's
Like,
a really cool
it's a
fight.
cool fight. And one
I
of the
love the.
things
Go ahead.
this is another one of those things where I'm like, they did it a little bit in Mission Impossible, in
Mhm.
that one where they Halo jump, right? Where they
Yes.
actually go and do something kind of crazy, and then they add a bunch of CGI in the background that makes you think like maybe it's not real, right? So
Yeah.
like they are actually fighting in a smoke and ash filled like setting. Like
Yeah.
they fought in an actual like like basically in a room full of smoke. And then they added all this CGI lava in the back, and it's like now I can't tell which is and isn't real, right? Like I can like
Yeah.
a little bit of a just like, and it's I get it because it looks cool, it's a little bit of a bummer sometimes, or I'm just like, I mean, you probably could have just CGI'd some smoke in there too, like,
Yeah, it's I thought it looked really good, but I get what you mean that sometimes the way you shoot things can obscure the fact that you actually did something
yeah,
for real in camera that would be more cool and impressive if you could see it better.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I get what you mean.
But it does look really good, and then like once you know that it's like an actual real thing, you start to pick up on more little details of like how the soot is clinging to them and all that kind of
Hmm.
stuff, and that really that works very well. um
Mordecai says that poor horse. Yeah, they kill a lot of horses in this movie.
yeah, they do.
The Vikings, anytime anyone died, it's like, take your horse with you, cut its head off. Pretty brutal. Oh, like in that funeral scene where they cut the head off the horse, they like hold a bowl up to it to collect the blood too, and it's
Yeah,
like, ooh, gross. So then they fight, and
they fight naked in
me-
the lava, baby, let's go.
yeah, it's a very impressive fight scene, not least of which because it's all in or it's okay, it's not all, but most of it is in one big unbroken take until the first like blow is struck. And then it kind of quickens the pace
Yeah,
of the editing, which is a really strong choice, by the way. But at first, what's his name? Fjolnir, he gets the better of him. He kind of slices him across the bicep on both biceps, and then Amleth falls to his knee. Then it looks like it's all over for him. He's like his arms have been wounded, so it's hard to bring up the sword. And they're yelling and panting and screaming at each other. And then, like right at the last minute, he kind of like pushes him off, and then they kind of kill each other at the exact same time. So
yeah,
Amleth cuts the head off of Fjolnir while Fjolnir gets the last like stabbing blow into his heart,
yeah,
and then they both fall to the ground and die. And I remember watching it in the theater, and when Fjolnir had the upper hand, I didn't think this would happen, but a part of me was like, "Oh, I swear to God, if Amleth loses, I'm gonna be so mad." I'd be fine if he wins. I'm fine if they both die. But if he just loses, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm
yeah.
gonna be so fucking. But it seemed like something that might be possible. Even
Yeah,
I don't know. Like the movie's so brutal that like maybe.
maybe he could. Yeah, it does when you're watching it for the first. Like, I mean, even still, I'm always just like, damn. Like, he's actually Fjolnir's actually like a kind of a badass too. Like,
He
this
is
is
kind of a badass, but and then also there's the fact that Amleth has been stabbed numerous
yeah.
times
He's
by
kind of at the
Nicole
end of
Kidman
his
and
rope
Gunnar.
by the time he gets there.
Yes, exactly. He's pretty worn out, but they put up a good fight, and then I think it's probably the most satisfying way they could have done it. They both kind of kill each other at the same time,
Yeah,
which is really strong because there's something like victorious in a sense, but also tragic in a way that like both can kind of mingle and coexist at the same time about this ending here because
yeah,
part of you, depending on your perspective, really wants him to kind of go away with Olga and have a nice life,
yeah,
but ultimately you're like, but then the other part of you is like, yeah, but that's not how you end a movie like this.
yeah. Nah,
Yeah, it's like, no, of course, all this talk of fate. It would be kind of a subversive ending, but I wouldn't prefer it. Even though I won it for him as a character, like that's not the ending to this story.
exactly. Yeah,
The ending is he goes and gets his revenge, and he probably dies in the process. That's the end. And then,
and his blood lives on through the twins,
yes, his
giant
blood lives.
heads.
Yes. And then, as he's sort of dying, there's a final voiceover line from Olga who says, "The threads that bind us can never break. We are safe. Now make your passage." So, and there's a shot we get. He sees a vision, in his head or otherwise, of Olga with the two babies with giant heads, like kind of sitting there in a nice, serene location. He says, "We are safe. Now make your passage." And then he's carried up to Valhalla, to the heavens, by some weird lady wearing braces. What's that about? That's pretty. That's
That's pretty
pretty
crazy.
stupid.
Ah, it's
That's
so
pretty.
that's so so
Can't believe they
wild.
had braces in a Viking movie. That's stupid. The end.
Yeah, yeah, the teeth grooves are pretty like that's a thing that like basically like tattooing your teeth. Yeah,
Yeah.
carving grooves into your teeth and then filling them with ink of some kind to
Yeah.
stain them. I don't
Pretty
know
pretty crazy
why.
looking.
Don't know why they did
Because
it, but they did.
listen, it looks pretty gnarly.
It looks
That's
pretty
why.
cool.
They were a gnarly bunch. So yes, and then so because he dies in battle and he gets his revenge and all that, he is carried up into Valhalla, and that's the end.
Yep.
That's
And it's a really
the
cool
Northman.
shot of him like riding up on the Valkyrie up
Yes,
to the gate.
I agree because we had that vision of the Valkyrie like riding up towards the heavens earlier, so like we can play this one just in the wide. I like that choice a lot. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
earlier we saw close-ups of the Valkyrie, we saw, like the horse, and we saw it from different angles. But for this one, because we've already established the Valkyrie imagery this time, we can just play it in this wide where it's like this upward, up into the right, like ascent into the heavens. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty cool shot to end on. It's very striking. There's a lot of very striking imagery, painterly sort of images in this movie. That's one of them. Very cool.
He's very good at that.
And
You know,
he is good
he's
at that.
yeah. Just to call, Gregorius Rex in the chat. Yes, that is a good point. That baby, it's the same baby duplicated because it was the only one that did not cry on the set. So they were like, okay, I'm just gonna use
That in the
that.
ship. He just used the same one twice.
Yep. It's like poetry. It rhymes.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then but that's the Northman. That's
But
it.
that's the Northman. Yeah, what shall we say in conclusion? The Northman it has some flaws
Yes.
in the story department. Say what you will of like some of the aesthetic choices, most of which are pretty strong, some of which are kind of meh. But the story has a couple flaws that for me are enough to make it like my lesser than The Witch and The Lighthouse in that order. For me, I still quite like it. I will rewatch it again at some point. But it's there's a lot to really love about it. I think some of which we've mentioned quite a bit already. But I think what's so satisfying about it is that it's such a like mythic archetypal story that treats the time period and the beliefs of the time period seriously for the most part,
Yeah.
and just wants to immerse you in that world and sort of let you make up your own mind about what these people and what these places were like. You know what I mean? It
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't there's nothing preachy about this movie,
No,
really,
no.
at all.
I really this one, the setting alone, I think, is probably enough for me to say this is my second favorite of his. Because I don't know, man. I just like I really
That's all
like
right.
Viking shit. This
That's
is
fine.
yeah. Like the Lighthouse is still probably overall my like the best of like I objectively speaking. This is probably like my second favorite. I would rewatch the Lighthouse a million times too.
I
But
love the Lighthouse.
yeah,
That's
this
still
one
number one
is
for me.
fucking cool. It's a lot of fun, and I think it probably has the happiest ending of all four of his movies. I would say, like,
Well, let's set aside Nosferatu. It's definitely the happiest ending.
yeah,
There's still something ultimately kind of tragic about it, and perhaps a little sad.
yeah,
But the other ones just have like horrific horror movie bad endings.
yeah.
So this is clearly the much more um, uh,
This is like the
fulfilling,
more like
cathartic.
yeah
Cathartic is
cathartic.
a good
Yeah,
word.
that's
Yeah,
a good word for it. It's probably the most cathartic of all of them.
yeah. And this is the kind of thing that is just so rare to see nowadays, of like a movie that's interested in the past without like judging it really. I mean, like obviously by choosing what to focus on in the past, like you're making judgments and stuff like that. But this really, like, so you see it so much these days where people are only really interested in the past insofar as they want to like say something about now or project their own modern sensibilities or worse politics on it. And
Yeah,
like this is a movie made by someone who's just legitimately quite interested in the past and wants to present it as close to as is as he can really manage, so you can kind of make up your own mind about it and what you think about these people's beliefs and fate and destiny and all that revenge and vengeance and all that sort of stuff. And it's got a very simple, straightforward, archetypal revenge myth epic, and it's I don't know, it's very cathartic, it's very satisfying. It's got a lot of cool points, as we mentioned before. Things are like, that's brutal, that's horrific, that's amazing, that's just stuff that makes you go, yeah, the Vikings, they were a badass bunch, man. This is probably his most like four by the bros for bros movie he
Yeah.
has. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but like this one's for the dudes out there.
Yeah.
Um,
But
and
crack a couple claws, get the boys over. Watch the
White
Northman.
claws?
Watch some naked dudes fight in a volcano. Like that's that's a pretty good night. That's a pretty good Saturday night in my book.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good film. I like it. I
Yep.
like it quite a bit. I'll definitely, rewatch it at some point. Got a lot going for it. I like going through the dialogue in his films, especially because, like I said, there is a sort of poetry to it. There's some great lines that like really cut. You know what I mean? Like some of these lines are not to.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's just they like, especially the insults and the like curses and people
Yeah.
the people make in this movie. Great. And that little final one Olga has, which is really interesting because you expect it might be a curse because she's mad at him, but it's not. That's a nice little twist at the end.
Yeah.
I like that it's sort of she kind of takes it as well as you can. Considering he's like, nah, I'm not paying child support. I'm out, bitch. Like, considering he's abandoning her with their two children, she takes it shockingly well. Because she understands him, and she's not a naive person, and she's quite like formidable in her own right.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
she's a really interesting character. And yeah, we've been talking for long enough. I think that's all I have to say about the Northman.
Yeah. This might be tied for me with The Lighthouse for the most rewatched movies in recent memory. I mean, maybe
I would
apart.
probably I think I like The Witch. I think The Witch is better than this, perhaps, but this is more rewatchable in some sense because The Witch is just so like
The Witch is just kind
horrible.
of bleak. Yeah, like
It's
that's
pretty
the main
goddamn
reason
bleak.
why I can't rewatch it. Like I can rewatch The Lighthouse because it's funny, and I can rewatch this because it's fucking cool. The Witch,
Yeah.
I love it, but it is really like kind of a
It's
bummer.
It's a bummer. It really bummed me out last time I watched it. I was like, oh man, yikes! This poor family.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one's got some rewatch value for sure. All right,
And next week
think-
we'll be tackling Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. So you have then to see it. We thought we'd give you a little extra time since it's only been out a couple days, but yes, I think it's worth seeing and worth talking about. So that's
sure.
what we'll be doing next Sunday. Please join us for that. Thank you for joining us for this, and thank you for all the super chats and your contributions in chat. We certainly appreciate it. Yeah, so first stream of the new year, Nosferatu. Join us. It should be a good time.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot to talk about.
There's much to talk about. Yes, looking forward to it.
All right,
And that's it. Thanks
That's
for
all.
joining us. Hope you had a nice time hanging out with the boys, talking about the Northman. We will see you next week. Toodaloo.
Bye bye.
Sayonara. Hasta la vista.